half
In,
done.
in fact, I wanted to instruct Prakash to move a memo. Then having regard to the present situation, I thought it would be not in good taste ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಂದು.
That's it. No issue. No issue.
Grateful.
Very.
And your 2 6.
Why? In which case you have taken time? Whenever others take time, you oppose that also. Not worry about it. Any time we will give you. But Monday, we did.
Monday we
We'll start this. Once for all. Hinga hanga ಜನರಿಗೆ people have expectation.
yes,
ಏನಪ್ಪ ಇವ ಅರ್ಧ ಮುಗಿಸಿದ ಇಲ್ಲಾಗು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅತ್ಲಾಗು ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂಗ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬೇಡ.
in fact, leaving it incomplete is something that would no good, that would do no good either to the individuals or to the institution. When we start, we have to complete.
ಹಂಗ ಎಂತದೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು
Race ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. Race we have to run. We may be last or first, that is irrelevant.
ನ ದೈನ್ಯಂ ನ ಪಲಾಯನಂ. No ದೈನ್ಯ no ಪಲಾಯನ. Finish off this that way. Okay,
Grateful.
all. Monday
My
Monday
lords,
ಬನ್ನಿ.
if I can move a,
ಯಾವುದು ಇರಿ ಒಂದು ರೀಚ್ ಆದಾಗ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡೋದಿರ್ತದೆ. Okay.
my lords, if I make a submission, my lords, this is a,
ಆನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು,
This is
ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ
a-
ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ನಿಮ್ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು
this
ಅಲ್ವಾ?
is, please, my lords, this is a sales tax appeals, the threat of recovery proceedings, my lords.
ಟ್ಯೂಸ್ಡೇ
My lords, tomorrow, because Mr. Senior Advocate Raghuraman is appearing, he is not
ಆರ್
there.
ಅಪೇರ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಟ್ಯೂಸ್ಡೇ ಅದು ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು
request is
ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ನೇಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ಸ್. ಹೇಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಮುಜುಗರ ನಮಗೂ ಮುಜುಗರ ಹಂಗಾಗಿ
Tomorrow, my lords, because there is threat.
yield please to your sister. ಜಗ ಕೊಡಿ ತಂಗಿಗೆ. Yes.
My lord, this is a writ petition filed challenging the order of the RERA Appellate Tribunal where the landowners are held liable for the completion of the project. We have challenged the same in the Appellate Tribunal of RERA.
You want
but
time or you want to argue on
I
minutes?
want to move the memo for Monday,
Memo.
my lord.
Monday ಬರ್.
Please.
My lord, Lokak has filed the WP against the order passed by the KCT.
Huh?
And my promotion is hold due to the dependency of the WP, my lord.
Immediately after vacation. Promotion. Third, immediately after vacation in third week of June. Yes.
But fresh transfer matter for tomorrow, my lord.
In.
Fresh, my lord, I have challenged the order of transfer. There is an interim order of stay by this honorable court. Despite that, my lord, I have been transferred. I challenged before the tribunal. Tribunal rejected my interim prayer, my lord, against that. My lord,
Prayer is rejected.
Rejected.
Monday.
My lords,
Monday ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು KPS ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಗಿಸೋದಿರ್ತದೆ.
my lords, the petitioner here has challenged state consumer's order, my lords. The execution proceedings has been stayed, my lords. The project also, it is going on for last 2-3 years. It's been stayed.
Yes.
Yes, my lords.
Then immediately after vacation.
My lords, kindly tomorrow it may be taken up before, because we have filed,
How many years old case?
my lords, 2017 case in consumer court, my lords.
8 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ತಾಯಿ.
Stay, my lords, has been given for last 5 months. Stay is going on, my lords.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಂತ್ ಇದ್ಬಿಡಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. That's the second week of June. Yes.
My lord, 7662 of 22, as the matter requires interim order on the order dated 5.
ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. It appears you are a fresher.
First time ಬಂದಿದೆ.
ಹೇಳಿ ಏನದು ಏನ್ ಹೆಸರು ನಿಮ್ದು?
ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಕುಮಾರ್.
ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಕುಮಾರ್. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಕುಮಾರ್?
ಮೆಮೊ ಫಾರ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್.
ಏನು ಅರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಏನಿದೆ?
ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಗಳಿಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ
ಹೇಳಿದಾರ? ಇದು ವೆಡ್ನೆಸ್ಡೇ ಹಾಕೋಣ. ವೆಡ್ನೆಸ್ಡೇ ಹಾಕೋಬೋದಾ?
ಹಾಕು.
ಯಾಕೆ ವೈ ಆರ್ ಯು ಎಜಿಟೇಟಿಂಗ್? ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ರೈಟ್ ಟು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾವು ಎಸ್ ಅಂತೇವಿ, ಬೇಡ ನೋ ಅಂತ. ಬೇರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ? ಹಾಲಿಡೇ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಕೋಬೇಕು. ಎಸ್. ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಕಳಿಸೋದು? ಅವ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯಾವ್ದು ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ?
ಅದೇ ಏನಾರು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಡಿ ಮೈಲಾಡ್, ತುಂಬಾ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಕಾಯ್ತಿದೆ ಮೈಲಾಡ್.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟು, ಅವ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಮೆಮೊ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಹೌದಾ?
ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕರೆಸೋ ಪವರ್ ನಮ್ಗಿರಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್ 90% ನೀವು ಕೇಸ್ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಸರ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು
ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರ್ದು ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅದು. ದೇರ್ ಫೋರ್ ವಿ ವೆಂಟ್ ಆನ್ ಹಿಯರಿಂಗ್. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ ನೋಡೋಣ ಇರಿ.
ಮೋರ್ ದನ್ 400 ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಮೈಲಾಡ್. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಸಫರ್ ಆಗೋತ ಬಂದಿದೆ.
ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟು ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಎಸ್ ಮೈಲಾಡ್.
ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೇನೆ
ನೀವು ಇರುವಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಉಪಕಾರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು ತುಂಬಾ ಸಫರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಮೈಲಾಡ್ ತುಂಬಾ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಇರಿ. ಅದೊಂದು ಮೆಮೊ ಇಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಮೊ ಬರ್ದು ಕೊಡಿ.
ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ದು ಏಜ್ ಬಾರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಬಂತು ಸರ್.
ನೇಮಕಾತಿ ಬರೋಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇದ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಎಲ್ಲಾರ ಇದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಆನ್ ಬಿಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಅದರ್ಸ್ ನೀವು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇದಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಪುನಃ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಆರ್ ಫೇಸ್ ದ ಸರ್ಕಮ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸಸ್.
ಹೊಸ ಬಿಗಿನಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಲಾಯರ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದು ಮಾಡಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋಷ್ಟು ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೈಲಾಡ್.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ್ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ಖುಷಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಬಟ್ ನೋಡೋಣ, ನಾವೊಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಒಂದು ಮೆಮೊ ಒಂದು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಯಿಂದ. ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಐ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಟು ಆರ್ಜಿ. ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಸಿ. ನೋಡೋಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬರೋ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು
ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 5 to 6 years sir. We are fighting from 5 to 6 years sir.
ನೀವಿದ್ದಾಗ ಒಂದು ತಿರುವು ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ ಮೈಲಾಡ್.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಚಲೋ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂತರ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಗಳು. ನೀವು ಪೇಪರ್ನಾಗ ಬರೋದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಓದ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಹೆಚ್ಚು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಗಳು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನೋಡೋಣ.
Thank you.
ಯಾವ ಊರಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ?
ಸರ್ ಬಿಜಾಪುರ, ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ ತುಂಬಾ ದೂರದಿಂದ
ಸರಿ, ಈಗ ಯಾವ ಊರಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಊರಿಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋಗಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಯಾಣ ಸುಖಕರವಾಗಲಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಯ್ತು ಹೇಳಿ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಗೊಳ್ರಿ, ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗಿದೆ, 5-6 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೇರೆಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಏನಾದ್ರು? ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು, ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಊರಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರಿ ಆ ಊರಿಗೆ ಸೇಫ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿ. ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ವೈಲೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್, ನಮಗೆ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೀಗ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆದಾಗನೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮದುವೆ ಮಾತುಕತೆಗೆ ಯಾರ ಬರ್ತಾರ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ? ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆದಾಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರ. ನಮಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ತಪ್ಪಿಗಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ
ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. 2 ಸೈಡ್ ವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ.
In fact, the grievance, I think most of them are all part of the selected candidates. Because of the interim order, they have not got appointment orders. Their grievance is that the other persons who are selected, my lords, have got interim orders. In fact, we were under the impression that the matter will be heard. So therefore, my lords, in fact, they were also knocking the doors of the government also, saying that move the matter and other things. And government had escalated to us. I said that if the matter is going to be delayed, we will seek for modification. Because earlier there was a stay of the select list. This honorable court, my lords, coordination had modified it, where that was around 1 year back. And we had given appointment orders to all the persons except the persons, my lords, who got displaced on account of that circular. Now we had followed that for other recruitments also. In the meantime, my lords, I think all of them are people, my lords, who are the respondents in the case, where they are part of the select list. Their other co-selectees have been appointed, but because of the interim order, maybe that's why, my lords, the state has decided now. I think we'll be also seeking further modification, because in case
ಅವರಿಗೂ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ we do not know. We are just thinking aloud.
Please,
ಈ ಬೆಂಚು ಅಲ್ಲ.
ಈ ಬೆಂಚು ಅಲ್ಲ.
I was sitting for some other case. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡದಂಗೆ ಇರೋದು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ.
That's what we in view of the fact, my lords, that I understand the difficulty that it may not be heard also based on the subsequent other developments. So therefore, in case it gets listed, we are the state also is planning to seek for further modification, subject to, my lords, what the other side also says.
ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಮಾಡಿ.
Please, we will file it and get it listed. Now file
ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿ.
Now file ಮಾಡಿ move ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Please, I'll do that.
ಅದ್ ಮೆಮೊ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Please.
And then we can take permission of Honorable Chief Justice also.
We'll file an application and move it, my lords. Please. I think that is why all of them, my lords.
ಅವರು ಊರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ.
ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದಾ?
Now in fact,
ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು.
ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೆಕ್ರೂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ತುಂಬಾ ದೂರ.
ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ದೂರ ಜೀವನದ ಪ್ರಯಾಣನೇ ದೂರ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಇರೋದೇ ಹಂಗೆ, ಹಂಗನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಏನೋ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಇರಿ, ಪಾಪ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಜಕೋಬಿ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಏನೋ ಒಂದ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೋಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ.
ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ನೋಡಿ ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಸರ್? ಹೊರಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಸರ್?
ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬರುವಾಗ ಟೀ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರಬಾರ್ದು. ಇದು ಟೀ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರೋ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಭ್ಯವಾದಂತ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಧರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ಬರ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಟೀ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರೋರಿಗೆ ಮಾತಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಓಕೆ,
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
Petitioner. I am the petitioner.
For respondent number 3.
Certification of objection filed by them.
ಏನಿದೆ?
They have to say.
But well, in this case, my lord, the petitioners seeking a regularization and pensionary benefit, my lord, but they never served under the respondent number 3, my lord. In this regard, I have filed a statement of objections also, my lord.
ಯಾರು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು?
Respondent number 2, my lord.
2 ಕೆಳಗೆ. ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ 2 ಯಾರು? ಬಡಿ.
Respondent number 3.
3 ಕೆಳಗಡೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, 2 ಕೆಳಗೆ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. We are not party also before the tribunal, my lord. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಂಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ 3 ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು.
ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರೆ? ಯಾರು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರೆ?
ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಂಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ 2 ಕೆಳಗೆ. 2, yes, my lord.
ಯಾರು? ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಫಿಶರೀಸ್, ವಿಶ್ವೇಶ್ವರಯ್ಯ ಟವರ್, BR ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್. ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಫಿಶರೀಸ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕನ?
Yes, madam.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ. ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಫಿಶರೀಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ನಾವು? 2 and 3 ಯಾರ ಅಪಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ?
appearing for the
ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ?
lordship last vacation or
ಒಬ್ರು ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ. ಒಬ್ರು ತಿರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರೆ, ಒಬ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ as per the government order 2018 lordship, the service of the petitioner.
ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು they are working as a daily wages employees.
ಅದನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಡೈಲಿ ವೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ?
More than 25 years service. More than 25 years service.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ?
In my petition, my lord, the page number 12, my lord.
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನರ್ 1988. ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಪೇಜ್ 80 ಬನ್ನಿ. ಇಬ್ರು 1988. ಒಬ್ರು ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರು, ಒಬ್ರು ನವೆಂಬರ್. ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ರ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Nothing.
ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತೆಗೀರಿ ನೋಡೋಣ, ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿರಿ?
Lordship, in view of the directions of this honorable court, lordship, the secretary filed affidavit, lordship.
ಅಫಿಡೇವಿಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಯಾರ?
Also,
ಏನಂತ ಹಾಕ್ಯಾರ?
as per the government of lordship, kindly see the para 4 lordship. I state that submit the government by its order dated 10/1/2018, the service of the employees were merged with the Karnataka Fishery Development Corporation.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅದು ಅಫಿಡೇವಿಟ್?
20/8/24 20/8/2024.
ಯಾವ ಡೇಟಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದದು? ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಫೈಲ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್. See above. So
Affidavit, lordship, secretary has filed. Department of Animals and Husbandry, lordship.
Affidavit para number 4.
Para 5, lordship, as per the government order dated 10/1/2018, it was informed to the petitioners that they will be getting all the benefits as employee of the corporations. However, it is
88 ನಿಂದ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರೆ. 1988 ನಿಂದ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಅವರ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ವೆಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟೆಡ್? 88 ನಿಂದ ಯಾವಾಗ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ? ಯಾವಾಗ ನೀವು ಸೂಪರ್ ಆನ್ಯುವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ? ಯಾವಾಗ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ 60.
90.
ಯಾವತ್ ಸೂಪರಿಂಟೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಏನ್ರಿ ಪ್ರಿಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ನಾವು, ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು? ನಾವು ಕೇಳೋ 3 ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇರ್ತಾವಪ್ಪ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾವತ್ತು ಡೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ, ಯಾವತ್ತು ಡೆಮಿಟೆಡ್ ದ ಆಫೀಸ್, ಇಕ್ವಲೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಥವ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವರು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ಹೇಗೆ? ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮದುವೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ
Sorry, kindly may pass over this.
ನೋ ಪಾಸ್ ಓವರ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್. ನೋ ಪಾಸ್ ಓವರ್ ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಜನ ಸಿಟ್ಟಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಯಾಕೆ ನೀವು ಓದಂಗ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ಓದಂಗ್ ಬಂದ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ?
My lord, these matters listed in orders.
ಯಾ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಎಂತದರ ಇರ್ಲಿ,
That's all.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತನಾ?
Sorry, my lord. Yeah.
ಏನ್ರಿ? ಯಾ ಒಬ್ರು ಡೆತ್ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಬದುಕ್ತಾನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಓದ್ದಂಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀರಿ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ನೀವು? ನಾವು ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಸಿಟ್ಟಾಗ್ತೀರಿ. ನೀವು ಓದ್ದಂಗೆ ಬರಬಾರ್ದಪ್ಪ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಇದು ಮದುವೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಮಂಗಲಸೂತ್ರ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದಂಗೆ ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಎಷ್ಟು ನೋಡಿ, ನಾವ್ ಏನಾರ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದಾಗಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪಾಪ. ಪ್ಯಾರಾ 5 ಓದ್ರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಫಿಡವಿಟ್.
Para 5 I state that submit that as per the government order dated 10/1/2018, it was informed to the petitioners that they will get all the benefits as employees of the corporation.
ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಬರ್ದಿರಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
It is
ಅವ್ರು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಿಡಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡ್ಲಿ, ನಾವು ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು ಲಾಯರ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದು ಕೊಡದಂಗಿರೋದು ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರು ಸಾಯ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಬ್ರು ಸತ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರ ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ. ನೀವು ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಏನ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಿ? ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಅದ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಇದನ್ನ ಆ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿ. ಅಫಿಡವಿಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಇದನ್ನ ಟ್ರೈಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ? ಅಂದ್ರೆ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಟ್ರೈಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ? ಆ ಟ್ರೈಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಸಾಯ್ಬೇಕು ಅವನು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಒಂದು 10 ವರ್ಷ ಸಾಯ್ಬೇಕು, ಬದುಕಿದ್ರೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಅಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳೋ ಅಫಿಡವಿಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಅವ್ ಏನ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇದೆಯಾ? ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು? ಕೆಳಸ್ತರದ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ ಅವರು, ಡೈಲಿ ವೇಜರ್ಸ್. ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರೈಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ಮುಂದೆ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ದಾಡ್ಸಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು? ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಆ ಟ್ರೈಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ನಿಮ್ ಕ್ಲೈಂಟ್ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ? ಬ್ರದರ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನೀವೇ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ. ಈಗ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತೇವಿ ಅಂತ ಅಫಿಡವಿಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಪ್ತಾರನೋ ಕೇಳಿ. ಹೇಳಿ
ಸರ್. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒಟ್ಟು 6 ಜನ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್.
ನೀವು ಪಾರ್ಟಿನಾ?
ಹೌದು ಸರ್.
ಎಷ್ಟನೇ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ನೀವು? ಬೇರೆ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರೆ
ಸರ್? ನಮ್ ಜೊತೆನೆ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆದಂತ ದೇವೇಗೌಡ ಅನ್ನೋರು, ಅವರು ತೀರೋದ್ರು ಸರ್.
ಅವ್ರು ತೀರ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರೆ?
ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್.
ಅದನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಗೂ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ ಇವರು. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು?
ಪೆನ್ಷನ್, ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಟಿ, ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನೇಟ್ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಕಾಪಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
3 ಜನ ಸತ್ತೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್.
ಬ್ರದರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ
3 ಜನ
ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು.
ಸತ್ತೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್.
ಏನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ?
ಮರಿ ಮಾದಯ್ಯ ಸತ್ತೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶಿವರಾಮ್
ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಸತ್ತೋಗಿ. ದಿ ಗ್ರೇವ್ಯಾರ್ಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಫುಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆಡ್ ಪೀಪಲ್. We understand.
Take instruction, Lordship. Take instruction, whatever.
2:30 ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. 2:30 ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು.
Kumar.
No. 2:30. We cannot ask all those people to wait like that. You should have taken their stand before the tribunal. You should have said, ನಾವು ಉಳ್ದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೇವಿ ಇವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವಿ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಗ್ದೇ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಒದ್ದಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅವರು? ಒಟ್ಟಾಗೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ಒದ್ದಾಡ್ಸೋದು ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು. ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ ಬೇಗನೆ ತರಿಸಿ. ಯಾರು ಸಂಬಂಧ ಪಡ್ತಾರ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ? ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಬರಕ್ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ. ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಯುವರ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಹಿಯರ್. ಎಸ್ ಸಾರಿ ಬ್ರದರ್. ಇನ್ ದ ಮೀನ್ ವೈಲ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಿಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. ನೋಡಿ ಪಾಪ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೋ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಯು ಆರ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಲಾಯರ್. ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ರಿ, ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ರಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಏನೇನ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬನ್ನಿ.
Appear for the Lord, there is a mistake on my part, Lord. I did not pay the court, but today morning I have paid it.
You have paid it?
Yes.
ಏನ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಇದು?
Lord, the matter pertains to regularization of a forest watcher
My lord, he has worked for 30 years.
ಅದು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಚರ್ ನಾವೇನೋ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ್ದದು
ಇದೆ
ಇದೆಯಾ
ಇದೆ.
ಬ್ರದರ್? ಕವರ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅದು. ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆನೋ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ.
ನೋಟಿಸ್ ತೊಳಿ, ಕಾಲ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ. ಕಾಲ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ. ಇದರಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ issue emergent notice, already DG requested to accept notice for all respondents. Call to tomorrow. He has to give some time because they have to read and come back. Tuesday.
Very well.
Brother, Tuesday ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಬನ್ನಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಕವರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟೈಮ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಕವರ್ ಆದಲ್ಲಿ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಕವರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ವಿಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಯು. ವಿಲ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಯು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಾಪಿ ಕೊಡಿ, ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಪಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
For the petitioner in this matter, my lord, I moved this matter urgently.
ಏನಿದು ಲೋಕ್ರೆ?
Because I filed a memo along with, there is a subsequent NBW again issued by the NCDRC.
ಈ ದುಡ್ಡು ತುಂಬಿರಾ?
What has happened is I could not deposit this money. As far as that is concerned, because of the LLP which was under insolvency proceedings, and there is a moratorium order also which is in force. I am unable to raise any money from the company right now, my lord.
Jelly.
No, that is why in fact, the orders passed by this
Brother,
court.
in Jolly George Varghese versus Bank of Travankar, Supreme Court said, if you have no money, you cannot be sent to prison. Make use of that. Why are
My
you
only request is, my lord, 1,75 lakhs has already been paid to them.
correct?
There is a villa for which an agreement of sale has been executed. If they are willing to cooperate, the association which is formed, the villa is almost under completion. They can get the sale deed registered. I will cooperate for that also, because they have to recover about 2,45 lakhs, which is due according to them.
But you are a builder for how many years?
I've been a builder for almost from the year 2017-18. Unfortunately,
No, you were builder even before.
yes, man. No, I was not a builder before, man. I am, in fact, that word Purvankara, I'm just part of that family. I've come out and the entity was formed. Unfortunately, the group entities have gone
Sir,
into
we
the-
are giving an option to you. If you are a poor man, you cannot be sent to jail at all. Make use of that judgment.
My only prayer before your lordship.
Then argue. Then argue. We have not complied with the order also.
As far as that is concerned,
And we have given one extension.
yes, my lord. That I have challenged before the
Yes.
Honorable Apex Court. The Apex Court has said that the writ petition may go on because there was an order passed by this court, a conditional order which came to be passed for dismissal of writ.
Sorry. This court,
My only request
Wide
is,
order
let my
24,
applications be
20,
considered
24.
before the NCDRC. That is all I am
no,
requesting.
no, will not. With this court, ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಕಲ್ಲೇಗೌಡ, ಮಲ್ಲೇಗೌಡ, ಹೊಲದಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡೋನು, ಲೇಬರರು, ಅವ ಬಂದು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಏನು ಬಿಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ನಮ್ನಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೇಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದಾವ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ?
No, this is a practical reality.
ಎಲ್ಲರದು practical.
I have
ಅವ್ರು
produced
ದುಡ್ಡು.
enough documents
The
also
SLP
to
is
show.
also dismissed, my lord.
Dismissed also.
Yes, no, SLP is not dismissed.
It is
The
dismissed.
SLP,
That
as
is my
far as the
instruction.
other order concerned, is dismissed. The SLP is pending as far as the orders.
This court, wide order dated 4/12/2024, had accorded reprieve to the petitioner builder as under. Subsequently, a request was made by making application in I number 2 of 2024, seeking extension of the period for complying with the above order. First, extension was granted by this court wide order dated 19/12/2024, which reads as under. First, next paragraph. In fact, the petitioner was threatened by us in the order, in the above order, that should he fail to comply with the order despite extension, the petition itself would be dismissed. However, threat of the kind will not much operate nowadays against people of this nature. First, in the above circumstances, the interim orders and whatever interim reprieve granted earlier would stand dissolved. Yes.
Your lordship had also recorded that the writ petition itself will be dismissed.
Yes, because Apex Court said we have to hear the writ petition.
Now the Apex Court has vacated that order. It was only an interim order that it shall not automatically be dismissed. So my lord, now that he has not,
Let us, with this, something, it is in your favor. Your lawyering skill should work.
Great.
There is no impediment for expeditious execution of the pending proceedings in the light of Rahul Shah versus, the judgment. What is Rahul Shah versus so and so, 2023, 22, something. Where are you? How we should help you? You come to the war field without weapons. Library ಹೋಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಕೊಡಿ. So and so.
Serial number 4, my lord.
Counseling transfer, SLP was pardon lot. SLP was, Lord, yesterday it came before the Lord Supreme Court.
What of?
Supreme Court passed an order.
No, my lord.
Interim
Against,
order is
there was an
concerned-
interim order passed by this honorable court, a coordinate bench. Against that, my lord, some of the sub-registrars approached the honorable Supreme Court.
Other bench had passed.
Yes, my lord, other bench had passed the interim order. Of course, your lordship is aware of the matter. Your lordship has already passed an interim order to a limited extent. It was made absolute. Now, against that, some of the sub-registrars went to the honorable Supreme Court. My lords may kindly see the honorable Supreme Court has noted that the matter is posted for hearing today and has requested the roster bench to proceed with the hearing.
Intervention is permitted.
Yes, my lord. Paragraph 4, my lords were to kindly see. Of the order I just passed
Sir,
on.
informed that the petition is due to be listed tomorrow.
Yes.
24 April 25 for final hearing. In such view of the matter, we request the roster bench to proceed with the hearing of the writ petition.
May I make one submission?
ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವು. ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟು
ಅದು
ತಗೊಂಡು
ಇಲ್ಲ, correct.
ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ
No, no,
ಕೋರ್ಟ್.
I'm sorry. I should apologize, my lords, that of course it's,
May I just make one submission? My lords, one submission.
when Prithvi says something.
ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿ.
My lords, on the last date of hearing on 7/4, the state had made a submission, my lords, that the state had filed SLP before the Supreme Court. And in view of that, my lords had deferred this petition. We had challenged an order of 18/2/2025, which, my lords, in fact, stayed an earlier order whereby, my lords, the interim arrangement that was implemented on the basis of this honorable court's order, my lords, was set at naught. So therefore, my lords, we had approached. Our SLP is being listed tomorrow. We were not aware of the fact, my lords, that this SLP, somebody had gone and some order has been passed.
They were non-parties also.
They were non-parties. Our SLP is being listed tomorrow. Date is given tomorrow.
Then we'll call this matter.
Please, my lords.
But the honorable Supreme Court says that we should hear this matter.
ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, but the state is not, my lords, aware of that. Now, our substantial appeal, it is the state's appeal stating that the interim order that has been subsequently passed, setting at not the earlier arrangement, has a cascading effect, my lords, on the departmental business. So tomorrow, my lords, our appeal will be heard. This was by persons who are not parties then. So therefore, my lords.
May I intervene in this matter, my lords? Just for a minute.
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ.
I apologize.
ಏನು ಅಪಾಲಜಿ ಏನ್ ಬೇಡ, ಇರಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದವರು, you are also Dikshit. Are you related? Yes, Prithvi, ಏನಿದೆ? ಅಲ್ಲ, you allow your senior advocate, Bhagwat is on his feet.
Lord, the Supreme Court requested the Lord, this roster bench to.
Requested, they have directed.
Oh,
We
request.
request.
How, Lord, I am for the petition.
But request should be treated as a direction ಅಂತ hold ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಅಪೆಕ್ಸ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ನವರು. In Spencer versus so and so judgment ನಲ್ಲಿ, when Supreme Court requests, it is not a request, it is a mandate ಅಂತ hold ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ mandate ಅದು. ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದು ಹೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ನಾವು.
My lords, tomorrow we'll also bring to the notice, obviously, my lords, the fact that when our appeal comes up, this order will be cited by the caveators in all probability. Then, my lords, we will see what the Supreme Court says, my lords, and we'll also bring to the notice of the court the development that.
ನಾಳೆನೇ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ ನಾವು.
Please, my lords.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ submission.
Please, my lords. In view of the fact that we'll also apprise the court that only a few working days are left before the vacation.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕೆಲಸನೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು.
ಹೌದು, and
ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
Please.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ
ನಾವು ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ 4-5 ದಿವಸ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅರ್ಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಹಿಯರ್
I think by consent of the parties, your lordships may have it by on Monday. Your lordship can say by consent of all the advocates, portion on Monday. So that way, even if
ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು.
May I intervene, my lords?
ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ.
2:30.
ಕೊಡಿ.
My lords, may I intervene just for a moment, my lords? My lords, the Supreme Court, my lords, yesterday the matter was heard the petitioners who are here,
First
my lords, they have
preference
specifically.
not to you, first preference to those who are here before the court. Then if
Yes,
time
definitely.
permits, we'll hear you. Yes, yes. Why are you very humble and meek?
My lords, I'm making one request, which may seem unreasonable, so I want to.
No, no. In fact, Sigmund Freud says, the voice of intelligent is humble and meek. You are intelligent, is proved now. Yes.
My lords have asked me about saying that there are 24 persons who had not yet given charge, who not taken, they should be reinstated. My lords, insofar as I am concerned, my lords, that order has not been implemented. We've been requesting the state to implement the order, my lords. Now they are taking benefit of the fact that the entire.
ಅಲ್ಲ ನಾಳೆನೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ SLP ಇರಿ ನಾಳೆಗೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಸೋಮವಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಬೋಣ. ಸೋಮವಾರ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಹಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅನದರ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ KPSC ಅರ್ಧ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೈ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿವಿ.
That is
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅತ್ಲಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಇವತ್ತಿದೆ. Today it is there. Saturday there is.
Saturdayನಾ?
Saturday sitting ಇದೆ.
ಇದು ಪಾಠಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು.
ಇಲ್ಲ
not
parted. Not it.
Tomorrow.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಸಟ್ಟ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. No, it was mentioned.
ನಾಳೆ ಹಾಕೋಣ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ
ಆಯ್ತು.
Yes, Dikshit.
Please, madam.
Dikshit. Do you know there is one famous in Abhignana Shakuntala, there is one statement. I think Abhignana Shakuntala or Raghuvanಶ ಏನೋ ಅಂತದು ಒಂದೇ ಹೆಸರಿದ್ದವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಅಂತ ಏಕನಾಮ ಸದಾ ಪ್ರಿಯ.
Please, madam.
Yes, Dikshit. Yes.
My lords, yesterday, my lords, the Honorable Supreme Court has adjourned the matter only because the petitioners over here, my lords, they have specifically made a statement that the matter in High Court has been listed for final hearing and it's been listed for final disposal, my lords. Only on that reason they have adjourned the matter. Otherwise, my lords, some interim orders we were pushing for, they have approached as caveators, my lords, they have specifically made the submission that it is coming up for final hearing. It is only on that, my lords. The matter has been disposed finally.
Tomorrow ನೋಡೋಣ.
It appears Mr. Dikshit was there before the Honorable Supreme
He was
Court.
there. But this Dikshit was not there.
No.
But interim order passed by your lordship is subject to the result of the petition. That is what let us see.
Perfect. Apex Court order dated 23/4/2025 in SLP number civil diary number 16892 of 2025 is placed on record by learned counsel appearing for the petitioners. First, on the text of para 3 and 4 of the said order, the counsel for the petitioners made a request to take up the matter for hearing. First, learned AGA, Mr. Jacob, submits that.
AAG.
He may become AAG. I do not know. AAG. AAG. Mr. Jacob submits that even state has preferred SLP number, diary number.
No, lords, SLP civil number 10482 to 10490 of 25.
Challenging the order that is put in challenge in the other SLP, and that it is most likely to come up tomorrow for consideration.
It is listed.
It is listed for consideration tomorrow, and therefore he requests this court to take up this matter on Monday.
Yes.
Tuesday hakoboda?
Tuesday.
Hakoboda?
By consent.
Tuesday, first. Even learned advocates appearing for the petitioners also cotton with this idea. First, therefore, call these petitions on Tuesday.
Interim order reaction.
Interim order to continue.
Grateful, my lord.
Prithvi.
He wants to retire.
But I take leave of this.
Retirement. Why you not happy with the court? Memo for retirement. Yes.
Grateful.
Five.
Appellant. My lord, this
Respond
matter
number
arises
one,
out
two,
of
and three.
arbitral proceedings.
Four other one better. Four ಏನು?
Four, I think, is appearing online.
Five.
My lords, I appear online for respond number 4 with my lord's kind permission.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಲ್ಲ ಇದು. All. Five.
My lord, the office operation was as regard the production of certificate copy, since it was overruled on the last occasion, my lord, by your lordships, because it's the honorable.
ಏನಿದು ಮಹೇಶ್ ಏನಿದು?
My lord, this matter arises out of arbitral proceedings. The petitioner had filed an application seeking for the appointment of a valuator, expert valuator, to value the enterprise, business enterprise value as well as the property value. The reason is simple, my lord. The value as of now accorded by the respondent.
ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ.
Entry ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ.
Entry model to continue. First off. In the meanwhile, steps to be taken in respect of.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರಾಗಿರಾ?
Appear
Lords, I appear for,
ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
for respondent number 4. my lords.
Varun
Please.
appears for.
Please, my lords. Please.
The net council appears for R4 first. Call this matter in the third week of June.
ಬಟ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಂಚೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ little urgency, my
In the
lord.
second week of June, all.
And entry model.
Entry model to continue.
And my another request, my lord, can it be for preliminary hearing, my lord?
ಹೆಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತದು? ಅದು ಬರ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋಣ.
Very well.
ನಾನ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನೇನಿದೆ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, complaints ಆಗಿದೆ. In fact, on the last occasion, lordship was pleased to overrule the office objection.
Post this matter in preliminary hearing, B group. Compliance of the office objections are reported. Okay.
B group ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ. B group ಬೇಡ.
ಬಿದ್ದರೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅಂಡರ್ ರೂಲ್ 16 or 17 of
Very well,
read proceeding rules. B group ನಲ್ಲೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. Notice ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ if it comes, it comes in B. Yes. Yes.
Council. Your lordship passed an order on 21/3/2025. Directing the second respondent to allow me to function in the same place.
My lord,
given a
I have filed
representation
the
on
IA for
23
vacating early hearing and also my objections, my lord.
Yes.
The interim order of suspension
Yes.
has been stayed by this honorable court by order dated 21/3/25. My lord, my
He was
only submission.
posted as a additional tahsildar.
Yes.
Please.
And he was asked to work
Yes.
and he did it.
My lord, my humble submission
Kodi,
is,
file kodi.
there is a prima facie case established for suspension because there is a gross dereliction of duty, and that I would like to establish, and the tribunal also has looked into these aspects. My lord, firstly, the interim order of stay has been given by virtue of an memorandum, office memorandum, which is issued by Tahsildar 1. Now, whether Tahsildar 1 had the authority in the first place to issue that memorandum is the question to be looked into. Now, if we look into the annexure R4 and 5, my lord, it basically are government orders issued stipulating what are the powers and duties of Tahsildar grade 1 and Tahsildar grade 2. Now, that stipulation, if we go into
Annexure or
R4 and 5, my lord. At page 88 is annexure
88. 31 is your last affidavit.
Okay, this is the continuation.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪೇಜ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ? Anyway, ನಿಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿ.
A4, my lord. A4 dated 16/7/2019.
A4. Objection, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್.
Sorry.
Any annexures ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಶ್ವೇತಾ?
Page number 65, your lordship.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಪೇಜ್ 30ಗೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಾಪಿ ಕೂಡ ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೆಕ್ಸರ್ ಯಾವ್ದಿದೆ? ಯಾವ ಅನೆಕ್ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ?
ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿ.
ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಅನೆಕ್ಸರಾ?
ಹೌದು ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ, ಮೈ ಲಾರ್ಡ್. Annexure A4.
Page 88, your lordship.
Page 88.
58.
Over there, if we look into page 89, my lord, dated 16/7/2019. What is the duties and what is that grade 1 officer, Tahsildar, and grade 2 officer can look into? Has been stipulated. And this is an order passed.
Go to section 123, 27, land revenue act, padi.
27 in the record of rights.
Padi. How can you
Allah,
regulate
my lord,
that
before,
order?
be-
by
be-
statutory
before I
order?
go into that, let me go into chapter 2 of the Land Revenue Act.
Okay.
Now, chapter 2 of the Land Revenue Act speaks about constitution and powers of the revenue officers.
Correct.
What is the delegation or what is the pyramid of delegation of powers? Now, when we look into constitution and powers of the revenue
Where is the
officer.
delegation?
No,
Go to
no,
127.
as in, what is the pyramid? How does the pyramid work? If we look into that, now the chief controlling authority of revenue matters, the state government shall be the chief controlling authority for revenue matters. And my lord, if your lordship looks into Section 7. Now chapter 3, my lord, speaks about Section 7, if I may take your lordship, appointment, duties and functions of additional chief secretary, principal secretary, secretary. The state government shall.
That will not help you. Come
My
to
lord.
one, please.
Just for a second.
Just for a couple of seconds.
Yes.
Kindly come to 127.
Please. Record of rights.
Yes. How they are prepared? Who will prepare? Come to subsection 2. Record of rights shall be maintained by such officers in such name. Show the rules because it
My
uses
lord,
the word prescribed.
Please,
Where are
please,
the rules?
please. Now, your lordship mentioned 127(2), which speaks about record of rights shall be maintained by such officers in such areas as may be prescribed.
Correct.
Now, what is prescribed, my lord? That has also been defined.
Prescribed means by rules. ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. General
Prescribed.
Clauses Act ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Yes.
Prescribed and different officers may be prescribed for different areas.
Yeah,
Now,
that should be done only by rules ಅಂತ hold ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಪೆಕ್ಸ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್.
My lord.
Not by memorandum.
No. Prescribed means prescribed by rules made under this act.
That rules you have to show.
My lord, if we look into the rules also.
Show the rules. Show the rules.
Now.
ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮೆಮೊರಾಂಡಮ್ ನಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಪರ್ಸೋನಾ ಡೆಸಿಗ್ನೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು.
My lord, for a moment.
Yes.
If your lordships looks into.
ಏನು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Section 13 for a moment. 13 of the Land Revenue Act. A Tahsildar or a special Tahsildar may depute subordinates to perform certain of his duties. A Tahsildar or a special Tahsildar may, subject to the orders as may be passed by the Revenue Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner, depute any his subordinates to perform any portion of his ministerial duties. Now, whether.
One second. May depute subordinate perform. That gives power to the Tahsildar to depute.
Depute. How can he depute? Only if it is subject to the Revenue Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner. So, has the approval of the Revenue Commissioner been taken over here in issuance of the OM? No.
Now, what are the rules? Go to the rules. 127(2) speaks of rules.
Please, my lord.
When it governs by the rules, we need not travel to this section at all.
My lord, I'm only stressing on prescribed officer. Now, who is the prescribed officer? Does he have the authority to pass such a official memorandum?
Wait.
Please.
Prescribed officer is one. which the rules prescribe.
Which the rules or the act prescribes. The act says that it
Oh.
is subject, the delegation is subject to the
Not a
revenue
question
commissioner.
of delegation at all.
This
It
is a question of delegation, my lord, because over here, the,
question is,
yes,
he works, there are judgments.
Please.
Immediately, I may not be, Mr. M.R. Achar in Land Revenue Act has given many judgments which say the functionaries under this chapter are persona designata. No question of delegation.
no, my lord,
Rules ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ, rules ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ. Answer ಮಾಡಿ.
my
Rules
lord,
and-
if your lordship may look into the page 27 of the tribunal order for a moment. The tribunal has appreciated all these aspects. If
That
I
is
may,
their complaint.
no, my lord, they should have gone and applied for a revision before the regional commissioner. But they
Brother,
come before.
Are you well versed in revenue law? Rules ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದೆ ತೆಗಿರಿ.
My lord, if your lordships looks into page 27 of the
The
tribunal.
order of the, that's, it's put in challenge here. Under rules, 127(2)
We are
speaks
talking
of
about-
rules. Therefore, tell the rules.
My
When
lord, we are
rules specify, one need not go to the delegation is the judgment of apex court.
My lord, we are talking about suspension.
Let us, let's.
Over here, the suspension, my lord, inquiry has not even been, inquiry has commenced and that has been now stalled and he has been replaced in the same position.
Yes.
So that will, he will tamper and hamper with the inquiry process, my lord.
Let us. Who is the authority? Prescribed means there are rules, 1966 rules. Which gives power to the Tahsildar? Which authority? We don't know. I assume that it is Tahsildar because I read long ago, Member Achar's Land Revenue Act commentary. Now just-
Tahsildar 1 and Tahsildar 2 have different jurisdictional authorities prescribed by the government, my lord.
Betaji,
Please.
let us see the rules.
Please, please, please. My lord, my only submission is this is a case of suspension. Now, suspension does not make him guilty. It's a deterrent.
Section 11 में कुछ नहीं.
He's saying rules will enter. Section 11 speaks about Tahsildar and special Tahsildar. The entire jurisdiction of each officer is explained under the Land Revenue Act, my lord. DC is under section 9 and 8. Tahsildar is under section 11 and 12. And prescribed authority is as prescribed under rules made by the act. And over here, when I mentioned
Who are
section,
they? Tell us who are the prescribed authorities to maintain this record of right. Come to 62(3). It's the Tahsildar. There is such a judgment by Justice Kudur. Sorry, Tukol. There is such a judgment by Tukol. Kindly see 62(3). It is the Tahsildar.
section 60.
Rule 62,
Sorry.
sub-rule 3 designates Tahsildar. He functioned under 127(2) because 127(2) stays prescribed. Prescribed is defined, means prescribed by rules. Tukol says it is the Tahsildar.
The rules come in pursuance of the act, my lord.
learned,
My lord, one submission, please, my lord. Over here, we are talking about a suspension. A suspension order does not establish a guilt of a person because inquiry needs to be conducted. It is only premature. And the entire inquiry process has to be led. So if there is bona fides as to the petitioner herein, he can establish his bona fides before the inquiry process is my humble submission. So suspension cannot be stayed, my lord.
cannot be stayed at all.
Unless there is a malified or arbitrariness over here. My lord, if for a moment, if I take your lordship in my statement of objections, I have also shown the dates wherein how in urgency the Tahsildar has acted. And therefore,
No, sir, no, this is not that urgent matter.
This
We are
is a prima facie case for
An
suspension.
application is filed seeking vacating of the interim order granted by this court after due consideration of evidentiary material on record. First, learned AGA, Srimati Shweta Krishnappa, vehemently argues in support of her application, supported by an affidavit, and also the statement of objections resisting the petition.
My lord, just
and
one-
seeks vacating of the said order. First, essentially the matter relates to preparation of revenue records, which is ordinarily governed by chapter 62.
Just one moment. No, just one last. My lord, it says the government may by notification. Over here, there is a notification of stipulating what is the duties and authorities.
We have seen chapter 9 of Karnataka Land Revenue Act 1964, which in turn is amplified under chapter Roman 9 of Karnataka Land Revenue Rules 1966. First up, section rule 62 bracket 3 makes the Tahsildar a persona designator, and therefore the argued issue of delegation would stand miles away. Full stop. There is abundant jurisprudential material available in standard books on administrative law relating to the same. Full stop. Next paragraph. The next contention, very vehemently advanced by learned DGA, that suspension is not at all stayed by the courts, is very difficult to countenance. First off, any standard book on law relating to service jurisprudence is replete with cases where interim reprieve has been granted by the courts on several grounds. First off, she is right in telling us that suspension per se may not put a stigma to the suspended employee. First off, however, even this aspect of the matter cannot be treated with that broad proposition in view of Apex Court decision, which says that at the time suspension would put a stigma to the delinquent employee. First, all these aspects having been considered, we are of the considered view that the application in application number, so the subject application is liable to be rejected, and accordingly it is rejected with a direction to the respondents to implement our interim order forthwith, subject to outcome.
My lord, my last submission is this would lead to government officers usurping the powers, my lord. There is no value for notifications issued. In fact, Rule 62 speaks about notification, my lord.
Let us see. Yes.
Much obliged.
Yes.
Your lordship's kind permission.
Yes.
Lord, but I am filing objections as well as vacating stay. I only moved this matter, your lordship. Kindly recollect.
Objection ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಏನ್ ತಪ್ಪಿದೆ ಏನು ನಾವ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೂಟನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು?
ಅಲ್ಲ ಈ ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ.
ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಗೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. There is you have to.
All right, my lord. Please, my lord. But there is an interim order by this honorable court. I have already served these objections on the other side also to the petitioner. Anyhow, my lord, if your lordship permit me, I'll pass on. Otherwise, I'll argue on vacating that application is also there. If your lordships permit me, I'll file an application for vacating interim order.
Lord, this interim order actually does not affect them.
Does not?
It only stays my transfer. The lordship sees the interim order of 21st of
If they say that only their transfer is stayed, my lord, I have been placed to her place and she has been placed to my place. Then both are affected if they say that. But because of the, my lord, kindly, they have already reported the duty prior to passing an order by this honorable court. Kindly just I will pass
Therefore,
on
we
that.
say, therefore, we directed, vacate and.
No, no,
give
no.
this one.
Petitioner earlier to 4 days earlier to passing of an interim order reported the duty where she was posted. That is
Otherwise
what,
it
my
will be a
lord, that is not
misconduct.
stated by the court, stated before this court. My lord, and she has been staying in Bangalore, one or the other range, my lord, without there being a headquarters. My lord, kindly, I have already taken a report, I have reported that.
In report as a president office alva.
Allah.
That is an office.
Well, I-
We have not made an order. Comply with the
ಅಲ್ಲ
order.
ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ
Then
ಇರೋದು
you consider
ಅಲ್ಲ,
whatever happens.
ನಾನು ಒಂದೇ
Interim order granted by the court, we have complied with.
Complied.
We have complied with, we have relieved, both the persons we have relieved, my lord.
Yes.
They have taken charge.
Ah.
My lord, I wanted to place this.
They
my
have
lord.
complied with
From-
the order.
Yes, my lord.
Complied.
2005, from 2005, she is in Bangalore only, my lord.
That
my
is
lord,
not.
kindly
2005.
consider.
2005 to as on date, she is in Bangalore only.
Is it true?
Lord,
I
this
am-
is not
I
a
am-
general, Allah, it is true, my lord. But not in the same office.
Why we should stick on to only one city? Of course, it's a great city built by Kempegowda is another thing. If
True,
one
my lord.
employee sticks to one particular
this is-
city,
I
what should
pointed
happen to other employees who also aspire to come to the capital and
I
serve?
am not saying anything, my lord. I am saying, my lord, that this is not a general transfer. Your lordship, I showed the other day, my lord. One day late, the chief minister's recommendation has come and one day, the same day order is passed.
15 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು.
My lord, it is.
True, my lord.
My lord, it is, my lordship has sought, why,
No, then-
on the same day, how it was happened. My lord, it's an e-office filing, my lord.
No, no,
It will
please.
be transferred through computer, my lord. It will be done on the same day. It will be transferred for acceptance of, it will be on the same day, my lord. They'll accept and they'll issue, my lord. It's an e-office, my lord. Not the file.
Mr.
going
Mahalle,
and-
All I'm saying is
15
this.
years we are very
2005
difficult.
to-
Lord, they could have transferred me, I would have accepted it. Now, my lord, my son is in second PUC, my lord. Yeah, so, my lord, in another 10 months, my term will be over. I will go, my lord, I'm not saying. But please see, my lord, page 78. I showed it to your lordship.
I
General
remember-
transfer. Huh?
I have a disease of remembering the things.
I know.
My lord,
My
can I?
lord, we are very thankful for that, my lord.
Lordship's
We are very thankful for that.
15 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ
ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ.
ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
I am saying, my lord,
You have nowhere you have written that she has been.
No,
there
no,
in the-
You have
we
not
have-
said, ma'am.
You have said that.
ಇದೆ.
ಹೇಳಿ.
Earlier
ಇದೆ.
judgment ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Lord,
ಇದೆ, ಇದೆ.
Judgment ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇವರೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
My lord, can I show?
My lord, application.
ತಾವು ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ.
ಇದೆ.
ಏನ್ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ನಿಮ್ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ನೀವು ಅಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ,
ಹಿಂಗ್
ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಮಾಡಿ ಕೇಸ್ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋದು. ಕಾಲ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್. ಕಾಲ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ. I am very sorry, my lord, I only requesting the court, that's all I am.
ನಿಮ್ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವರು ಹಂಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊತ್ ಹೊಂಟ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ. ನಮ್ ವರಿ ಅದು ರೈಟ್ಲಿ ಆರ್ ರಾಂಗ್ಲಿ ಯು ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಲಾಗ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಬಾರ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು? Brother, 15 years you are here.
Lord, I am, maybe, my lord, but I am only pointing out that this is not a general transfer. This is a special transfer. My lord, your lordship, we read the rule, my lord. There, my lord, your lordship has seen, and please see page 44. No, sir, please.
40?
Page 44, which is the transfer order. Lord, the rule requires, in case of a special transfer,
Yes.
or where, word used is apavadatmaka.
ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟೇಬಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸೈಸ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಇದು.
Allah, my lord, I am willing to go, my lord. I am not saying that.
Go.
My lord,
Go.
no. If this is done, my lord, as a thing of nepotism, my lord, then, my lord, I am entitled to say that.
You have been here for 15
Lord,
years.
I have not sought that to stay here. There is no representation
Which place?
by me.
ಯಾವ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳಿ, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್?
No, nan bere, Allah, my lord. My son is studying in second PUC. This, after this year, I will go, my lord. After this year, I will go, my lord. But only thing, what I'm showing is, Lord, if I am a victim of nepotism, my lord.
What is that victim?
Lord, that please see, that is why I'm showing, my lord. That is why I'm showing. Please see page 78 plus 79 once, my lord. 5(3) is what they are saying under which I have been transferred. Before that, your lordship may see page 78, 4.1, my lord. Page 78, 4.1. Lord, I had pointed out this. This is, my lord, the general transfer should have taken place between 25/6/2024 to 9/7/2024, my lord. Lord, they did not transfer me. I was there. No, not in my favor. Not in my favor. There is no recommendation. There is no request letter, nothing, my lord. Now please see page 79. Lord, 5.3. ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಅಥವಾ ಅಪವಾದಾತ್ಮಕ ಕಾರಣಗಳ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಮಾಡುವ ವಾರ್ಷಿಕ ವರ್ಗಾವಣೆ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೀಮಿತಗೊಳಿಸಿ ನಿರ್ದಿಷ್ಟ ಪ್ರಕರಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಗಾವಣೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕವಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ಪ್ರಕರಣಗಳನ್ನು ಚಾಚು ತಪ್ಪದೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಅವರ ಅನುಮೋದನೆ ಪಡೆದು ವರ್ಗಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕದ್ದು. Lord, so they should consider that either it is a special case or apavadaatmaka, that is, my lord, some allegation. Now that special case should be placed before the CM, my lord. And after CM considers, my lord, applies his mind, I can be transferred. I would have accepted that transfer, my lord. Kindly see page 44 now, which is the transfer order.
Yes.
Transfer order is 7/4/2025.
Yes.
Then your lordship will see Ulleka, Sarkarada Patra Sankhya number Dinanka 7/4/2025, same day, my lord.
Yes.
So there is no proposal which is placed before the, my lord, the chief minister, or even if that such a, it is not referred to, my lord. Now, I am entitled to know what is the special circumstances or apavadita circumstances, my lord. Lord, since that is not there, merely because, my lord, I have.
There need not be a formal proposal before the chief minister. Hold ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ matter? Who appeared that in that matter? You had appeared in that matter. We rejected this contention. There, if it is a formal proposal, that is ideal, but formal proposal is not a sine qua non anta hold ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ.
Lord, that may be under the earlier guidelines.
Under this very notification.
No, and earlier guidelines was different.
No,
that guidelines
this,
also we have produced.
No, under this guideline, I remember. I will find out.
This guideline has come only in 2025.
Correct.
2024, sorry.
24, I think April ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ.
25/6/2024.
That we have considered. ಅದ್ರ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಯಾರು which is that judgment? Where are your notes? ಯಾಕೆ notes ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ನೀವು rulings ಅದ್ದು?
Lord, your lordship may do one thing, please. Lord, just to satisfy this court, my lord, let the government, now the third respondent has come. Lord, let the government, my lord, produce what is that proposal, why they have produced. Your lordship may have it on Saturday, even Sunday, Monday.
Dismissed. Next.
Lord, your lordship is dismissing me.
Yes.
Lord, your lordship had granted me a stay, my lord. Your lordship had granted me a stay after seeing.
See, we grant after hearing prima facie. Now there is a case. We have Supreme Court has given us 5 days to give the reasons. Within 3 days we are giving the.
I am not saying so, Lord. No, I am only saying, Lord, for my side. Lord, I will go. If your lordship finds that I have absolutely no Lord, ground to be in this court. Lord, but kindly see this.
The first ground that chief minister's approval has been granted, there being no formal proposition, is liable to be rejected, since law in this regard is already settled that there need not be such a proposal. First, if there is such a proposal, that will be very ideal. Number one. Secondly, the petitioner has been serving in the city of Bangalore, admittedly for about 1.5 decades.
2005 to 25, 20 years.
20 years. For 2 decades. First, staying at one place for such a long period it would not augur well to the administration, interest of administration. First, next point. The tribunal, in its accumulated wisdom, has denied relief to the petitioner, and this court, exercising a limited supervisory jurisdiction under Article 227, Article 227 having been ornamentally employed in the petition, cannot function as an appellate authority over and above the tribunal. First, in the above circumstances, no case is made of. It's in the judge.
Lord, there is one problem, Lord.
Yes, sir.
In pursuance of your lordship's interim order, my lord, I have reported to Mangalore.
No, go back. Next. Yes.
So the peculiar case, my lords, where I was appointed, my lords, way back in 1996 as a civil police constable on probationary basis, my lords. I produced at Annexures A7 and a memorandum saying that I have successfully completed my probation. But in the year 2000, my lords, a discharge order was issued, which I challenged before this honorable court. Interim order was passed, but relegated.
Do you have any interim order at the hands of the tribunal?
I'll just come to that, madam, because this some incidents have transpired in the last 20 odd years. Interim order was there. I continued in service based on the interim order till 2009.
Yes.
That application came to be rejected by the KSAT. Oddly, my lords, why I say this is a strange case is the state, my lords, did not act upon it. They did not discharge me. In fact, my lords, there are several administrative acts in the middle which show that they accepted that I was in service. Till as recently as 2020-21, I have been transferred. Now, my lords, on 19th of September 2024, quoting the KSAT order of 2009, I have once again been discharged. Now, I challenged that before the KSAT. If my lords were to kindly see the observations of the in the impugned order, which is at page 181, my lords. Paragraph 6, if my lords were to kindly see. Perusing the, my lords, as a perusing.
Admitted fact by the applicant himself that when the discharge order came to be passed by the respondent of the
Correct,
discharge
Lord.
applicant from service, it came challenged by the applicant, wherein stay was not transferred the said petition to this tribunal. Hearing on both the sides, dismissed it.
Yes.
Hearing the asked the counsel for the applicant. The order passed by the honorable tribunal has been challenged by the applicant for submitted. Said has not been challenged by the.
Not been challenged.
Therefore, as on today, the order of the tribunal passed in so and so has attained finality. ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು.
Correct.
Appears
The
to
next
be
sentence is
sensible.
important.
Narrow.
Next sentence.
It is no doubt true that respondent authorities might have continued the applicant in the said case, but merely because he has been continued in service, it cannot be said.
I can understand 1 or 2 months, my lords. It's 16 years later.
Huh?
16 years, I mean, for 15 years later, my lords. Now, once again, the same discharge order is passed. Now, my lords.
On what ground?
Quoting the KSAT order, as simple as that. I was discharged in 2000. I had the benefit of an interim order. He quotes all of that.
How long you continued that person after a discharge order was made?
125, page number 1.
You were asking the question. You were asking number of teeth. You need not wide open your mouth at all. You can tell the number of teeth. We are asking you.
This is
How
for-
long he was continued in?
This is for first time, my lord. I'll take notice. I'll take instructions
Your
and
worship.
submit, my lord.
Who will, in the sense of justice, say, Barkali, issue emergent notice. Learned AG is requested to accept notice for the petitioner, for the respondents. What is your interim prayer?
So that I need not, that interim,
Cannot start.
the order dated 19 September 2024 need not be acted upon, because that discharges me from service.
Interim order as prayed for. First,
Great.
this interim order has been granted acting on the submission of learned senior advocate Sri Gold, that despite discharge order made on
28/3/2000,
28/3/2000, comma, petitioner has been continued till next discharge order.
Yes, ma'am. That is dated 19/9/2024.
That was questioned before the KSAT and
19th September 2024.
2024. First off, a long-serving civil servant post-discharge order cannot be put to abrupt discontinuation, comma, a host of factors weighing in equity being there.
Obliged.
Will go ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಒಂದು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ. ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ should be part of the writ petition.
It is there, their reply is there. Their, I'm
ತೋರ್ಸಿ,
sorry.
ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ, I'll just
ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್.
ಏನೋ ಮರ್ತಂಗ್ ಕಾಣ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಕಿದೀವಿ, I think it is there, my lords, copy of reply, annexure C, page 157.
157 ಕೊಡಿ. ಅದ್ ಬಿಡಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ. 157 ದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರೀತಾರೆ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್.
It's there, my lords, reply statement of state is there.
157.
157.
ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಈ ನಮೂನಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮೆಮೊ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ವರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
ಇದು ನಮಗೂ ಕಾಪಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಕಾಪಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಪಿ ಇದೆ.
ನಂಬರ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
ಅದು ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ
I will change address the office objections number ಯಾವುದು office objection number 3 alone to be addressed.
Great.
Okay. Rest of the objections do not survive for consideration. Yes.
Number 9, my lord, undertake to file wakalat, my lord. It may be called after vacation. Paper submission. In the meantime, my lord, I'll comply the office objection, my lord.
Peremptory order ಇದೆ.
File ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು
Recalling ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಾ? ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Application in IA number 2 of 2023 seeks recall of the peremptory order dated 8/12/2022. First, application in IA number 1 of 2023 seeks condonation of a short delay of 52 days proved in filing IA number 2. First, both the applications are supported by affidavit. Affidavit yardu?
earlier counsel
of counsel who was on record. First, present counsel for the petitioner undertakes that he would comply with all of his objections. First, in the above circumstances, applications are allowed and peremptory order dated 8/12/2022 having been recalled, petition is restored to the board. ಒಂದೆಂತದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟುಬಿಡಿ. ಬಾರಿ, ಯಾವ್ದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ?
ತಾವೇನು
ತರಾಸು ಅವರ ದುರ್ಗಾಸ್ತಮಾನ ಕೊಡಿ. Madam, subject to petitioner presenting 2 books of Durgastamana by Tarasu.
One book.
Authority. One book you read.
Please.
Very interesting. Please. Read it, makes. Yes. Yes.
Millard, in this.
In this case, ma'am.
ಏನಮ್ಮ?
It's second petitions as second wife of the
ಇದೊಂದ್ ಸರಿ
last
ಬಂದಿತ್ತು
yes, my lord. Day before yesterday, my lord.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಈಗ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ಗಿಂತ ನಾವು ಜಡ್ಜಸ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಈಗ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ
LIC ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಅವಳನ್ನ. ನಂಬರ್ 1. ಎರಡನೇದು ಮ್ಯಾರೇಜ್ ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ, ಯಾವ್ದೋ 1, 2 ಅಲ್ಲ. ಎರಡನೇದು. ಮೂರನೇದು ಸೂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಷನ್ ದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಳ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗಂಡನ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಅಫಿಡವಿಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನಂತ? ಇವಳು ನಮ್ ಸೊಸೆ, ಇವಳು ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನೇಟ್ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಆಸ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಆಸ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಮಾವ ಅತ್ತೆ ಅವಳು ಸೊಸೆ ಅಂತ ಒಪ್ಪಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವ್ಯಾರು ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋರು?
ಆ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ದಾಖಲಾತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ,
ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು
ಈ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿ,
ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಬಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಈ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೌದಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ.
ಅದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೀನಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಅದೇನಾಗಿದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ I am for the respondent 4 to 6. They came today only to me. See what the respondent
ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ
today ಈಗ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ. The respondent 4 is a minor daughter of deceased Srinivas and Rashmi. The Rashmi and Srinivas were the teachers. First, the Rashmi expired. After that, her father expired, Your Honor. Now, the petitioner claiming to be the second wife coming before the court.
ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ವೈಫ್ ಅನ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಒಂದ್ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಡೆತ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ವೈಫ್ ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ ಬೇರೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಬಿಡಿ. Claiming all the benefits, one side pension, appointment benefits. Actually, the Srinivas in his record, service record, mentioned only daughter, father and mother. Even the Srinivas has not taken permission from the government to marry second year.
ಅವಾಗ
Second
ಮೊದಲು
wife.
ಡೆತ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ
ಅಲ್ಲ,
ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ
ಅಲ್ಲ,
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. Even in the, all the records. ಅಲ್ಲ,
ಹೇಳೋದಲ್ಲ
ಒಂದು.
ಯಾವ ಡೇಟಿಗೆ ಏನಂಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆಯ್ತು, ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. Now,
ಯಾವ ಫಸ್ಟ್
now, the fate of the, suppose if the petitioner claims all the benefits.
ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಬೇಡ
ಹಾ.
ಅರ್ಧಂ ತ್ಯಜಿತ ಪಂಡಿತ
ಅಲ್ಲ, only the benefits of the father.
ಯಾವ್ದನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ?
ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಇರೋದು. Suppose until our education and marriage, after the petitioner gets starting pension and appointment, let him give some money to her. Otherwise, they have to suffer.
ಹೇಳಿ ಸುಭಾಷಿತ
Minor daughter,
ಒಂದ್
father.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ತಾವು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲ.
ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್.
ವಿನಾಶಕಾಲೇ ಸಮುತ್ಪನ್ನೇ ಅರ್ಧಂ ತ್ಯಜಿತ ಪಂಡಿತ. ಪೂರ ಕಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೋತಾನಲ್ಲ ಅವನೇ ಜಾಣ ಅಂತ. ಅದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಈ ಕಾನೂನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬೇಕಂಗ್ ಬರೆಯಕ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ ನಾವ್ ಇದನ್ನೇನೋ ಬರ್ದಿವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ ನೀವು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಒಂದು ಮರದ ನೆರಳು ಕೆಳಕ್ಕೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಎರಡು ಸೈಡ್ ನೋಡಮ್ಮ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾ?
ಹೌದೌದು.
No, my lord, I'm seeking only in respect of compassionate
ಆಯ್ತು, ಈಗ ಹೋಗಿ
appointment.
ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಕಾಮತ್ ಕಾಮತ್ ಬರೀ ಅವ್ರಿಬ್ರು ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಕೂಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸೆಟ್ಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಈ ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ? ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಮೀಡಿಯೇಷನ್ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ
ಬೇಡ,
ಈಗಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಈಗಲೇ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಗಿಡದ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಕೂಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಕೂಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು. ಕಾಮತ್ ಅವರು ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ ಅವರು, ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಏನೋ ಒಂದ್ ದಾರಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಬ್ರು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬರೀ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ.
Oh, my lord, I'm not seeking.
ಆಯ್ತು, ಹೋಗಿ ಆ ತಾಯಿನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ರ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಮೀಡಿಯೇಷನ್ ಕಾಮತ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅದೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಶ್ರೀ ಕಾಮತ್, learned senior advocate, is chosen by the parties on the request, on the suggestion of this court as the sole mediator. First, the petitioner with the child at the lap is present before the court, and the other side, the private respondents are also present before the court. First off, Kamath has graciously agreed to mediate between the parties, and we appreciate this. First off, call this matter at 2:30. ಎರಡೂವರೆ ಕರೀರಿ.
Please, my lord.
ಬೇಗನೆ ಮುಗೀತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಗನೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಕಾಮತ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ. ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ಬೇಕಿದ್ನ ಮತ್ ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಂತಾದ್ರೂ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೇವೆ ನಾವು. ಎಸ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಗಾಡೋದು ಮಾಡೋದು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಮತ್ತು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಈಗೇನು ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಫುಲಿ ನಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ. ಎಸ್ ಎಸ್, ಹಾ, ಇದು ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಡೆಪಾಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ನಮಗೆ
ಹಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ,
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
ಈಗ ಕೊಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, 1,79,00,000 ಇದೆ. 50% ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್, ನನಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಏನು
My property is already mortgaged to Bank of Baroda. There I have got a overdraft facility. I will give an indemnity bond to the bank.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಮೌಂಟಿಗೆ?
ನನಗೆ 80,00,000 ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಮೌಂಟಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗೇಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ?
ಅದು 60,00,000 ಮಾರ್ಗೇಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಈ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ 1.5 crores.
ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ?
ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ ಟು ಡೇಟ್ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಕೊಡೋದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್. ಈಗ ಒಂದ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ,
ಅಲ್ಲ,
ಜೂನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೇವೆ.
80 lakhs ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್, ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಐ ವುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಫೈಲ್ಡ್.
ಏನ್ ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್?
ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಮ್, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ಎಂತ ಆಪರೇಷನ್?
ಅವರು
ಕೊಡಿ ಎಂತ ಆಪರೇಷನ್?
ಅವರಿಗೆ
ನೀವು ಕೈಗೆ ಏನೋ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೆ ಬಂತೀರಿ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಣ್ಣದಾಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. I have produced a certain document. My submission is I have taken lot of hand loans to some people. To my relatives I have to pay.
ಈ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ದು
ಈ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಅವ್ರದೇ
ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಈಗ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. My submission is 1,79 lakhs rupees is deposit
after vacation.
ಅಲ್ಲ, your lordship may kindly appreciate 2 documents, my lord. I have a page number in my application.
ಈಗ ಪಾಸ್ ಓವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಮತ್ತ ಮೀಡಿಯೇಷನ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. application.
My
Call
submission
this,
is only
matter
at least 50 lakhs.
immediately after vacation. Okay, next.
At least 50 lakhs.
No. Next. Interim order to continue. Okay.
Petition in this case, my
Yes,
senior in
sir.
Delhi, senior in Delhi, my lord, can I take up on next week any date?
Sitting, my lord, I appeal for the petition, my lord. I apologize, my lord, I couldn't be, my lord, there before the court. Kindly accommodate me next week, my lord.
But only request is, my lord, entire proceedings is stayed. Kindly have it on Monday, my lord. So
Very difficult is there. Immediately after vacation. Call this
once
matter
why I'm saying,
immediately
Lord,
after vacation.
one
Vacation
submission.
in view of pleaded urgency.
kindly be-
Pleaded urgency. Next, interim order to continue.
Interim order is vacant. Grateful.
Kindly, lordship, one submission, madam, one date may claim after vacation, my lord, so that it will come up, otherwise very difficult to get it.
Second week, date.
One date, my lord, before first week of June.
9th of June, okay. Yes.
My lord,
Ah.
my lord,
Yes,
I had
Gautam Dev.
challenged the order of suspension before the honorable KT, my lord. My
Allegation
allegation is that during COVID period, my lord, there was a disaster management act was in force, my lord.
Correct.
During that period, the KTPP Act was suspended, my lord. Provisions of.
It was not applicable.
4A, under section 4A was made applicable. Therefore, strictly the rule, the tender, chapter 2 of the.
ಎಷ್ಟು amount ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ?
My lord, according to them, my lord, some 70.
78 ಲಕ್ಷ 51,020. 78,785.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ I am
ಕೋಟಿ 51 ಲಕ್ಷ 78 ಕೋಟಿ.
Yes, I am not the director, my lord.
Who are you?
I am the financial advisor, my lord.
ನೀವು ಏನಂತ advise ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ?
Means, my lord, director will only call for tender.
It's all right, but what did you advise the director?
I will look into the deductions, tax deductions and other things.
Where is your job chart?
My lord,
What are the works of the director? Where is the job chart?
My lord, I had told the same before the KT also.
Give me the job chart. ಜಾಬ್ ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ,
Yes, my lord.
ಅದು ಕೊಡಿ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಜಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರಿಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಜಾಬ್ ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ಅದು ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಂಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಲ್ ಅಗ್ರಿ. ದೋ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಕರ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್, ದಿ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಅಡ್ವೈಸರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಹೈ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್. ನಿಮ್ ಜಾಬ್ ಚಾರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ನನಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಪಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಕ್ಕೆ. ನೀವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ ಇದನ್ನ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಇದೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ.
Yes, my lord. In fact, my lord, what we had done is.
Notice sorry. Issue emergent notice. 1, 2, 3. Emergent notice 2, 4.
My lord, just I want to point out only one document for.
Urgent ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೇವ್ ನಾವು. In fact, we wanted to dismiss. Anyway, no. We read, we don't have any other job at all. Read ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಂದೇ.
Government had already approved it.
No. Yes.
Appear for the caveator, my lord. I take notice and I will file the objections, my lord. This because already petitioner has been delayed 6 months. He has reported for the transfer.
6 months ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ?
ಒಂದು ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ಗೂ ಅವ್ರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೂ 1 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ.
ಗುಂಡ್ಲುಪೇಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಆಫೀಸ್ ಇಂದ
1 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್.
ಅವ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು.
Anyway, I will file the reply, my lord. Let him not.
Issue notice. ಬರ್ರಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ರಿ. 1 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಆಫೀಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆದ್ರೂ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಆಫೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಆಫೀಸ್.
It is a non-existing post.
And he was facing an.
It is a non-existing post. I have been posted. The post.
ಇಲ್ವಾ?
No, Lord, for this reason.
ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇಕು?
Lord, wherever they have posted me, Lord, it is a non-existing post. That is what I am saying.
Non-existent
He has reported to the post. He is working since 6 months in that
That is
post.
not so, my lord.
1 second. Are you drawing the salary? Are you drawing the salary?
No, my lord.
You are not drawing the salary?
No, for the reason that, my lord, I am not been given the posting there.
Where have you stated you are not drawing the salary?
Lord, I have stated that I have not.
Salary ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ರಿ? Give him salary. If you have posted him, why are you not giving the salary?
Account, my lord, in the reply statement filed before the state account.
ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ.
Salary is being paid. How can you say there is no post?
No, my lord. Lord, the post is, my lord.
Are you being paid salary or not? We are asking. Justice Ramajoy says, if salary is drawn by the employee, he cannot complain that there is no post which he can hold.
That is not the issue. My lord, the issue is like this, my lord. A person who.
Ask your client whether he is receiving the salary now.
My lord, it may be called tomorrow, my lord, I'll seek.
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ.
Not, I will file the objections.
You should, call this matter after vacation, first off. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ ಯಾರು ಕೇಳ್ರಿ. ಅವರು ಸುಳ್ಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ನಾಳೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ವಾರೆಂಟ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಕೇಳಿ, ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಏನ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು? ವಾಟ್ಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ನೇಮ್? ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಕೇಸ್ ವರ್ಕರ್. ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಅಪ್ ಟು ಡೇಟ್. Learned counsel for the petitioner complains that there is no post to which the petitioner is deployed, and further that his client is not being paid the salary because of non-existence of the post itself. First off, learned AGA on instructions of Mr. Keshav Murthy, case worker present in the court, submits that there is a post which the petitioner is holding on deployment, and that petitioner is being paid the salary as well since last about 6 months after he assumed the position. First, in view of the above, there is no urgency in the matter. Call this matter in the last week of June. Yes. Next. ನಾಯಕರೇ ಏನಿದು?
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, appear for the petition, my lord. It only to the extent of the order at serial number 4, where the tribunal rejected the claim of the arrears of salary, my lord, for the period of removal to reinstatement. Actually, in fact, rule 99A, it provides for the, like, my lord, that for that, my lord, submission, my lord, he is residing here now, transferred.
Here.
No, he transferred and he is residing in Bangalore now.
He is working in Bangalore.
Working in Bangalore, residing in Bangalore.
Full bench judgment ಏನಿದೆ? Just
Where he is residing.
Sharma ji and one more judge.
That petition is residing.
Huh? Where
Residing,
he is residing?
residing, my lord, because he cannot
Residence
need.
cause of action.
Now he is residing. That is what I filed here, my lord.
Order ಆದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿ?
ಆದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ರು ಅವರು.
Order ಆದಾಗ
ಬೆಳಗಾವ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ರು.
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು.
No.
ಹೌದು.
Order ಆದಾಗ, order is 1/6/2024.
KAT order ಆದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ರಿ?
Then he is Vijaypur, my lord.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ?
Vijaypur.
Then you have to go to Dharwad.
ಅಲ್ಲ, he is transferred and he is along residing here now since 8 months.
Since the full bench judgment of this court holds that the place of residence as on the date of accrual of cause of action for filing the writ petition decides the locum, comma, petitioner has to move the Dharwad bench. Dharwad bench, first off. Next paragraph. In view of the above, the registry is directed to transfer the file to the Dharwad bench if the petitioner pays rupees 2, ಎಷ್ಟು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ? 2,500 to the registry. First off, for statistical purpose, this order shall be treated as disposing of the main matter. First off. Next. A full bench judgment ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. Please, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾರು ತೋರಿಸಿರಲ್ಲ. Justice Satish Sharma, Devdas and another Magudum. Yes.
This matter, we beg leave to appear for the interveners.
Please do not use the word beg. Really, it hurts us. Lawyers are not beggars. They are asserters, warriors. What is that? Humble irbeku, we agree. Not begging you. Angela anbaddu. Sunil Anku, never you should say that. Yes.
Yes. Seeking leave to appear for the intervener. This is with respect to that KPSC matter.
KPSC and matter. Vivek, what is this matter about?
What is translation error? 79 questions. Found to be erroneous and in the rescheduled paper. And now KT has taken the view that this has to be referred to an expert company. And by the time the expert company comes back, reviews those questions, finds out whether it is wrong or right. Now, in the meantime, main exams are coming.
How, brother?
No, my lords. What had happened before the KT was this, my lords. We had made a
yesterday or
Please.
day before.
My lords had
Not yesterday. We permitted one candidate.
Yes.
Thereafter, we had some reflection.
Please,
When signing the order,
please,
myself and my brother were discussing.
please.
ಇಂಥವ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಟೋಟಲ್?
No, 84 applicants were before the tribunal.
Correct.
84. Now, before my lords, today we have 4 petitions. The other matter which had come up on Tuesday, my lords, is 1 petitioner where there was 1 applicant. Here before my lords, we have totally 32 applicants. Now, my lords, before the, we had, my lords, 2, this is a preliminary examination paper.
That some lady, Shravani or something.
Please.
Sharvani.
I think, lords,
Allowed that one.
lords, it is in respect of translation errors are alleged in respect of a preliminary examination for gazetted probationers recruitment, which is, my lords, a filtering examination for the purpose of a main examination. My lords, totally, my lords, 2 papers are there, 100 questions each, consisting of 2 marks each. So totally 200 ಇದೆ. My lords, we received complaints.
Buddy.
Please.
Buddy.
My lords, the submission that they are making with regard to expert, I'll just point out. My lords, in respect of paper 1, we received, my lords, information or complaints and objections after we announced the key answers that 32 questions ಗೆ translation errors ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಬಂತು.
ಅದು ಯಾವ್ದು ಪೇಜ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಅದು?
My lords,
First question. ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಪೇಪರ್ನಾಗ ಬಂದಿದ್ದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸಪೋಸ್ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪ್ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಪೇಪರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವಾಗ ಹತ್ಲಾಗದ್ನ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರ ಅವ್ರು. Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court said, I think in 1969, paper report should not be made part of the pleading. They cannot be taken cognizance of. Paper nage ಇವಂದು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟರ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಅದು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್? ಅದರ್ ಡೇ
in the paper book my lords are holding, my lords, the question paper starts, my lords, at 252. 253 in the question start agate. So that is 1-3. My lords have 9708 of 25.
9708. Yes.
Yes. My lords, in that the question paper starts, my lords, at 252. Questions start from 253 onwards.
252 no 350?
No, 253 namu kottidare.
252, 253.
170 ಇದೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆ.
253 my lord. 253.
253. Annexure A.
Please.
79.
Lords, we received, my lords have seen the question, my lords.
70.
My lords, I'll just point out, my lords, what happened. Paper 1 nalli, paper 1, there are 2 papers, paper 1 and paper 2. In respect of paper 1, we received objections that there are translation errors in respect of 32 questions. In respect of paper 2, we received objections, my lords, that translation errors are in respect of 29 questions.
ಮೊದಲನೇದು 32 ಎರರ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವ.
32 ಅಂತ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಬಂದಿರೋದು. objections.
ಆಯ್ತು, ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ?
My lords, report finally said that in respect of paper 1, translation errors 2 question ಗೆ ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. So they suggested grace marks.
2 questions.
2 questions.
ಒಂದು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್?
2 marks.
4 marks ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
4 marks. Then, my lords, in respect of one more question, because of ambiguity, my lords, in the Kannada version, the key answers, my lords, were changed to
ಅದು ಪೇಪರ್
1.
ಪೇಪರ್ 1 ನಲ್ಲೇ
Paper 1 ನಲ್ಲಿ out of 32,
ಒಂದು 2 questions ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಸ್ one more question.
one more question ಗೆ
So 3 questions ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
3 questions, third question grace marks ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬರೀ key answers change ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
2 questions grace marks.
Please, my lords.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ ಗ್ರೇಸ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್?
Grace marks ಅಂದ್ರೆ, my lords,
ಏನು ಬರಿಲಿದ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ.
because there is a negative marking. My lords, there is a concept where grace marks are given. My lords, 2 thoughts, my lords. One is where there is no negative marking. Supreme Court has said if grace marks is given to a person who has not attempted, that is being overly gracious, and therefore, my lords, it is not a proper way of going about it. But where there is a negative marking for every question, negative marking, my lords, is 1/4 here. That is 0.25 ಅಂದ್ರೆ half mark ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ negative marking. So if the question itself, suppose there is some ambiguity or mistake in the question, because of the fear of not getting a negative marking, a person might not have attempted. At the end of the day, my lords, by giving grace marks, what we have done is 2 questions na negative. We have just negatived those 2 questions because everybody gets those 4 marks, and literally, my lords, it is like giving making a pro rata for the remaining things. So in all probability, my lords, insofar as the level playing field, insofar as the fairness in the examination is not affected by that. Paper 2 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಯ್ತು, the expert committee found, my lords, that there were no translation errors, everything is fine. Now, what the tribunal did, my lords,
Translation committee ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋರು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು?
lords, we had,
ಅವ್ರ qualification ಏನು?
please, my lord, I'll just place on the, I'll just place, my lords, just one, I'll just complete, my lord. The tribunal, my lords, after, then before the tribunal, certain other questions, my lords, they also pointed out. The tribunal, my lords, took on record, my lords, our expert committee report and found out, my lords, that wherever that made allegations, wherever the expert committee had considered those questions and awarded grace marks, tribunal did not interfere, stating that in due deference, my lords, to the precedents that we had cited on the point. Tribunal found out that there are some questions which are pointed out by the applicants, which are not part of the expert committee report, which are not referred to the expert committee report. So tribunal directed us that those questions which have not been already pointed out and which have now been pointed out by the applicants can be placed before the expert committee. We found out, my lords, that those questions were only 2 questions, because only 2 questions, and
three questions.
In extra 2 questions.
Other two
were referred in terms of the direction, my lords, of the
were not earlier there.
Which are not earlier referred to. We referred it that the expert committee has said, my lords, that there is no translation errors. Now this is where we stand. Main examination has been notified. My lords have taken a view, my lords, on the last date. Though my lords are saying that some doubts were there while signing it. I get it, my lords.
Now, how many persons ಈ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೇವಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇರುವಂತ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬರ್ದದ್ದಂತವ್ರು ಅದರದೇ ಡೇ ದಟ್ ಲೇಡಿ ಸೆಡ್,
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್
ನಮ್ ಕ್ಲೈಂಟ್ ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಹಂಗೆ ಉಳಿದವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ನಮಗ್ ಪವರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗಿರೋ ಪವರ್ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಬಂದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ರಿಲೀಫ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ರೂಲ್ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಪೆಕ್ಸ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹಂಗ್ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಹಂಗ ಯಾರು ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಮುಂದ್ ಬಂದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಮುಂದ್ ಬಂದವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
In preliminary examination, what happens is this: everybody who has applied, my lords, is entitled to take the preliminary examination. In this case, my lords, it's more than a lakh of persons, my lords, who have applied, and my lords, all of them have taken. Now, my lords, if suppose the number of posts that we have notified is 100, the persons who get qualified, my lords, for the main examination is 1:15. That is
1:15.
1500 ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. Now, my lords, for the purpose of drawing up a 15, now we have published a list of the persons who are qualified for the main examination, consisting of, let us assume, 1500. The statistics will be different. Now, my lords, these are persons who are not qualified. The first contention, my lords, the first objection.
1500 ನ ಬರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು.
ಇವ್ರು ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು that preliminary examination result re-exam ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು, that was their allegation. Let's, my submission before the tribunal was this: if suppose a candidate comes to the court,
you are for KPSC or
I am for the KPSC, I am for the Public Service Commission.
For a state ಯಾರು appear?
State's role is slightly limited in this.
You know,
they are sailing with it. It is not even gone there. It is only examination stage. Now, my lords, it was my specific contention that I had taken. They were generally making an omnibus argument that the translation errors re-examination ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. A candidate has to point out, see, the question paper was set in both the languages, and this is for gazetted probationers recruitment. You don't choose a language of choice because it's an option. OMR sheet alli you just give an option A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4 options irutte. So there is no question of medium of a candidate. It is only whichever question paper whichever language you are comfortable with, you can read. When the question paper alli there was a specific condition that if there is any ambiguity in the translation, English version has to be looked into. They are all, my lords, aspiring to be Karnataka Administrative Service as well as other services, my lords, Group A and Group B post. Minimum qualification is that of a degree. Now, my lords, notwithstanding that, we had specifically pointed out.
ಕನ್ನಡದಿಂದ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಡೌಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗ್ತದಾ?
Please, my lords, doubt clear ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. English ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು, and wherever there is other case where key answers also are under challenge. That is not before the court, but key answers ಯಾರು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ತಪ್ಪಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ the experts, my lords, separate experts had given 1 or 2 grace marks for a different aspect. That is not under before my lords. We had pointed out that a person has to come before court and say, see, I had to answer, I had read Kannada question and I am answering this question. I was not able to find, I found it difficult to answer. I left it, or I was not able to answer. Because of that, there was a prejudice. That was the argument that they had to advance. But generally, my lords, they relied upon the paper reports and some statements that were made in the assembly, and they tried to make out a case. Lords, the tribunal has considered, even the report was placed before the tribunal, my lords, we have bought it in a sealed cover, it is available, I'll place it on record. Each of the questions, my lords, can have a look at it, what are the questions and what is the expert opinion on that, and take a view on that. But be that as it may, my lords, in the meantime, my lords have already taken one view that because only one petitioners were there, and my lords had permitted them to write the appear for the main examination. I think the interveners, some of them have come. Maybe they were also intervening, my lords, before the tribunal also. Their grievance would be that by virtue of allowing persons who are not even qualified for the preliminary examination, there could be an issue with regard to how the 1:15 is going to be calculated tomorrow and their rights being affected. But my lords, from experience, I can say that this issue has arisen from 98 recruitment onwards. Usually when preliminary examination happens, person who is not qualified in preliminary examination comes to the court. Most of the times, courts have also granted relief, allowing them to write the preliminary examination. Their result, my lords, will be placed before the court. Cutoff will be announced separately on the basis of only persons who are eligible to write the main examination. If after looking into the result of the preliminary examination that they have not qualified, petition will become infructuous. If they become qualified, then my lords, the issue whether to permit them or not can be argued. Could be argued. So therefore, my lords, my respectful submission is, my lords have taken a view. In fact, I did not appear that I was not. My learned friend, I'm told, my lords, the panel counsel requested that it could be taken up today. But since my lords have already taken a view, that is one way of going about it. Plus, 84 persons were there before the tribunal. Only 33 have come before my lords. So it is only a person who has expectation that I had to qualify. And secondly, that I can do well in the main examination also. Now, main examination is already scheduled, my lords, to 3rd. This is a case, my lords, where first round, this is a second preliminary examination we are conducting. First preliminary exam, there was an issue, my lords, we cancelled the examination because
But the order agidde avatu.
My lords, this order was passed on 19th of March.
19th of March.
2025.
19th of March 2025.
Please, my lords.
ಅದಾದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನೀವು ಯಾವತ್ತು ನೋಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ?
My lords, main examination. After we finalized the expert committee, my lords, it was last week of March.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಷ್ಟು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ರ ಪ್ರಿಪರೇಷನ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಅವರು?
No, not for this. My lords, the persons who are qualified for the main examination, result was announced long back. They had challenged the result of the preliminary examination, stating that we had not qualified, re-examination madi anta. That, my lords, the first key answers, my lords, were announced in the month of January. 15th of January 2025 in the persons who are qualified for the main examination is out in public. So they have prepared. Now, my lords, if
ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ರು ಮಾಡೇವಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು?
My lords, my respectful submission is, Lords, our primary concern was, my lords, that that kind of interim order should not open up floodgates, because tomorrow anybody can come up with a petition, and there is also a requirement that you have to go before KSAT and come, and one view is taken, and then KSAT passes, everybody files an application, and a lot of people, my lords, comment. It could be, my lords, 84 only for the persons who are before the court. In fact, we are opposing the petition in toto, stating that there are no translation errors except those things. But since my lords have seen some questions and prima facie have taken a view, and I understand, my lords, same matter, my lords have taken a view. So therefore, I'm being guarded in my submission. If only the persons who are before the court today, same order is passed, but subject to the condition that the result of the preliminary examination,
many of them may become infructuous.
Please,
there are only two eventualities.
Please, my lords. In fact,
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿದು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು.
Please, my lords.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು, if they fare well,
please,
then our matter becomes arguable.
Arguable, my lords, only in so far as the context whether they must be permitted to sail further in the recruitment process, because then there is 1:3 preliminary personality test to ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಅಂತ. Then we will see their cutoff marks. What happens, my lords, is in some cutoff marks is decided with regard to category. In some categories, my lords, even despite the cutoff marks, will not be able to get some people, like in a PH category and other things. It has been our experience, my lords, most of the petitions will become infructuous. In case a handful are there before the court,
they become arguable.
They not only arguable, court can permit them to proceed further, subject to other limitations. But my only submission is 1:15 cutoff has to be determined with reference to the persons who are already qualified.
Others cannot gain.
Others cannot. Iವ್ರದ್ದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇವ್ರ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡು 1:15 ನಾನು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇವ್ರದ್ದು we will not publish the result. We will place it before the court, and then my lords, court can take a view. If the fact that they were, the idea of writing a preliminary exam is to qualify for a main examination. Now you have that despite not qualifying, they are able to point out something, my lords, though if
ಒಂದು ವಾದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನಿನ್ನೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ದು, ಸಪೋಸ್ ಅದು ಡಿಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ,
ಪ್ಲೀಸ್
ಆ ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಏನ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ, ಅದು ಹೋಗಿ ರೀಡೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ.
if it is redone, my lords, and they are in the borderline. We had placed, my lords, their marks before the tribunal, how much they had said, they are, my lords, far below in the cutoff. For example, my lords, one person, he says that, let us assume, my lords, 2 grace marks have been given in respect of these 2 questions. And he says, if these 2 grace marks have not been given, 10 people above me would not have qualified. Avag nan bartide. Andre, you have to be in that cutoff. You are actually down. For some reason, my lords,
that grace marks will be inconsequential.
It's inconsequential. And finally, my lords, when after the preliminary examination result of theirs, we'll place it before the court, my lords can take a view whether they were in the margin or they were far below, and whether to allow them or not. If it is
your case posted today, then why are you interfering? You can't interfere. Yes. Yes.
So, my lords, my submission would be, if my lords follow the same order, subject to the condition that the result of the petitioners in the preliminary examination shall not be published, placed before the court, the cutoff marks for the purpose of preparing the next eligibility list for the personality test will be prepared on the basis of the result of the persons who are eligible for the main examination.
Our examination permit ಮಾಡಿ,
please, my lords.
ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸೀಲ್ಡ್ ಕವರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮುಂದೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನೋಡೋಣ.
Please, my lords.
ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನಾಳೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ.
Please.
One more observation where I would be appearing for the interveners. They have come before the court saying that their plea is very specific, page 15, para 9. Linguistic rights of Kannada medium candidates are being defeated. Now, I'll just take only your lordships to one page to test, I have not been able to find one pleading in the writ petition, that these are Kannada medium candidates. They are the ones who are really aggrieved. Added on that, 1 minute for a moment, 43. Only 43 for 1 moment. Look at these signatures.
Signature.
Signatures.
English.
Exactly. And it is not, it is not some English where it is broken. Kindly see, it's all very well fostered.
Kamraj used to make signature in English. He did not agree.
My only request, is now the ratio should not be altered because that ratio cannot be altered.
Larger issue is
there is a ratio which is fixed now. None of these people are Kannada medium candidates. That is not found in their pleadings at all. I would understand that there is
Kannada medium candidates.
Yeah, that is not what is pleaded in the writ.
Medium candidates, that is our grievance.
That is not where is the pleading in the writ, There is not a single line of pleading in the writ to that effect.
He can make submission.
Barring saying that.
We will make submission on the basis of
yes,
our grievance.
Not even, there is not even a single line of pleading to that effect.
ಅದು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಂ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡಾರೆ?
ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ,
ನಾವು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಂ ನವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದಾರ?
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು
please, they have completed the graduation, they deem to have the knowledge of English, therefore the English translation need not be given. That is what the finding says. That is one aspect. And my lord, so far as the expert committee is concerned, the very same finding of the
KS officer ಆಗೋರಿಗೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಬೇಡವಾ?
English ಬೇಕು, but my lord, when they give main exams, there will be option of my lord writing Kannada. In the prelims exam, my lord, now they are writing my lord this in English or in Kannada. Not now the issue is, my lord, there was no option for not choosing the language so far as the prelims are concerned. My lord, now the tribunal says, my lord, since they have completed degree, they deem to know, my lord, there are many such, my lord, cases we come across, my lord, from remote area, my lord, if they are poor in Kannada, my lord, they will not be able. My lord, there are some example, my lord.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ನೀವೀಗ? Petitioners ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ?
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ my lord, in this petition, my lord,
total 32.
Total 32 ಇದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು 32
WP number
32 ಜನರನ್ನ ಪರ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಾ? In terms of that order, because ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ.
But subject, my lords, the additional some my lords have to impose some conditions.
Of course,
please.
This will not create any equity.
And this argument whether he had attempted in Kannada or he is a Kannada medium, because
let us see
that we can see it later, my lords. In fact,
ಇವರು
not only that, we had placed statistics,
my lord, we are permitted to point out there are glaring mistakes.
No,
that the committee has not considered it.
You want entry order or you don't want entry?
You want entry order, my lord. But what all that we are praying is, my lord, let
we are agreeable to the entry order. Still you want
in exams, my lord, may be halted, my lord, for the reason main exams, my lord, may be halted for this reason, my lord.
the expert committee, my lord, there are.
But how we
findings.
can, already we have decided, we have already granted interim order.
No, that interim order will operate only if the exams are conducted, my lord.
Correct.
Now, my lord, we are requesting for, my lord, the stopping of these final exams, my lord.
Exams.
For the reason, kindly see, my lord, 2-3 paragraphs I may be permitted to read.
Like.
Sir, I may be permitted to read, my lord, 2-3, my lord, at page.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಇಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲ.
You read.
ಅಲ್ಲ, I just want to, my lord, bring to
Read,
the notice,
read,
my lord,
read.
kindly see page
Mr.
70.
Reddy, we are now hearing the matter. You argue the matter.
The main one.
Main matter itself, yes.
But interim order, we'll take the interim order.
Huh?
That way, we will request.
Because if they don't want to participate in the main, want a stay, then they are coming from something else. Andre, they want to stall the process.
They have some points to
Please,
argue.
please.
We are saying, we are requesting them.
We may say that we may have a short time to prepare, but we'll take the interim order.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. So that will be common lag to everybody.
And when we prepare for preliminary, we would have prepared partly for the main. So interim order should be fast. We represent 10 petitioners.
The subject matter of these petitions is substantially similar to the one in WP 10844 of 2025, wherein we have granted the following interim order. First, a division bench of this court, other 74 or 77, 5, judgmental. 78. A division bench of this court decades ago has said that where interim relief is granted in a case, similar relief cannot be denied to the similarly circumstanced litigants, subject to all just exceptions. First, in view of the above, issue emergent notice to the
KPS is on caveat.
respondents.
So it's only state and KPS.
A state issue notice to state. Learned AGA is requested to accept notice for the state. Learned
Mohammed Shamil is on
panel counsel Sri Mohammed
Shamil
appears for the KPSC, and learned senior advocate Mr. Jacob opposed the petition and the grant of any interim relief. First, however, as already we have indicated above, interim relief as has been granted in the cognate matter needs to be extended to these litigants as well, subject to the same terms. First, next paragraph, we further direct that the result of the examination in question shall be furnished to the court in a sealed cover
of the petitioners,
of these petitioners, these petitioners, and the petitioner in WP number 10844 of 2025 shall be furnished in a sealed cover. Sealed cover on the next date of hearing.
Please, one more observation. Let's the eligibility, the persons who get qualified, Lords, the next stage, my lords, is that they will be eligible for the personality test in the ratio of 1:3.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲೇ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಿ ಇದು.
Cut off, please, my lords.
ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲೇ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಅವಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಸಪೋಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರ್ದು ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ನಾವು
ಹೋಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಮೇನ್ಸ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ದ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಮೇನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಹೂ ಆರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಮೇನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್. ಅದೊಂದು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್.
However, the result of main examination in respect of regular candidates shall be published. Correct?
Shall be published by taking into consideration only those candidates who are qualified for the main examination.
On the basis of eligibility and qualification.
Please.
And the
As has been already done
Please, my lords.
by the KPS.
Please.
Submission, my lord.
And that ratio of marks of those interveners may not be disturbed.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದಿಲ್ಲ.
The ratio
ಅದೇನು
of
ಯಾವ
marks-
ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಒಯ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವೀಗ.
Submission, my lord.
ನೋಡೋಣ.
Respondent number 6, I am appearing for. Is a claimant also a tribunal, my lord. I am telling direction of IM, my lord.
ಏನಂತ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್?
Should have the petition also.
You were the petitioner. You are not the petitioner here.
I am respondent number 6.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ? ನೀವು ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ you can oppose the petition.
I am claimant of the tribunal, my lord. I have miscommunication, I am not a.
ಅದೇ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ನೀವು petition ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Well, the application.
Application ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
But one issue,
ಹಾ.
before publishing the final notification of results, main results, they may have to revert to the court because when they fix that quota, the total quota is full, then these persons will be out.
That ratio should not get disturbed.
They have to revert to the court and then,
No. My
as
lords,
your lordship said, we will have to come.
no, what, my lords, what happens is this.
with the legal.
No, you get 1:2, the persons, 5,508 people have been qualified for the main examination.
Correct.
They will take the main examination, and my lords, on the basis of that, 1:3 list will be prepared, where my lords, for.
ಒಂದ್ ಕೇಳಿ. ನೀವು ಯಾರ್ದು ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡೋದ ಬೇಡ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮೊದ್ಲಿಗೆ ಇವ್ರದಷ್ಟೇ ಏನೇನಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ.
ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ.
Please.
ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸಾಕು.
Yes, yes.
Can I only say this?
ಹೇಳಿ.
Not now, in so far as 5,508 people who are qualified, not. There is some ratio which is already fixed in terms of the marks which is already, they have qualified in this.
ಅದೇ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ.
Minutes, I am just pointing out this, minutes. If this, whatever these people are now coming before the court and praying that, no, I might also get in. I might also get in. They will have to be considered as a separate.
ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಡಿ.
No, my lords, what I was saying.
ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ.
No, I will not publish it.
ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಸೀಲ್ಡ್ ಕವರ್ ಕೊಡಿ.
ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಸೀಲ್ ಕವರ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ
ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ.
performance will be, performance will be before my lords. But to judge my lords whether they get into the next stage, the main result ಅಲ್ಲಿ that has to be there.
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮುಗಿದು ಬಿಡಬಹುದು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು.
ಅದು
ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗೆ ಮುಗಿದು
so main result
ನಾವು ನೋಡೋಣ.
ಅದೇ main result ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ, not only these people's, the main result my lords, we will prepare it and place it before the court.
Very
And publish it.
Last sentence ತೆಗಿಯು. Last sentence ತೆಗಿಯು. The result of examination of the petitioners and other candidates shall not be published without leave of the court. Full stop. However, the draft result shall be furnished to the court in a sealed cover. Sealed cover.
Only one request, not, it might even be denied. My only request is, those people who have qualified now, let their result be separate.
ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಾಡಿ?
Let them be separate, let them be separate.
ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಇರಿ.
Because these people are virtually riding on a concession given by KPSC now.
ಕನ್ಸೆಷನ್ ಅನ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಹಕ್ಕಿನಿಂದ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು.
Absolutely.
ಏನೇನೋ ಒಂದು there is a
They are
case as
litigate.
Arun Shaman say, with his limited argument, he has pointed out what is the problem. Therefore, at simple ಇರಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ
I agree, but that has happened. That has happened.
ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ಸ್. ಇಂಥ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ? ಮಾಡ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಂಗಾಗೋದು. ನಂತರ
ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ
ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್
I'll place it, my lords. I have the report.
ಹೆಸರು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ರೆಡೆನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಏನು?
My lords, there will be subject expert as well as Kannada expert will be there. Two people.
ಯಾರವರು?
ಒಂದೇ
ಒಂದು ಎರಡು ಮೂರು ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೊಡಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಕೇಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಲೆಕ್ಚರರು ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಲೆಕ್ಚರರು, ನಾನು 15 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದೆ. ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಅಂದಾಗಿನ ಆಯ್ತಪ್ಪ ನೀನು ಚಂಪು ಕಾವ್ಯದ ಲಕ್ಷಣಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳು ಅಂದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಆ ಲಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ಓದ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ದ. 15 ವರ್ಷ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಲಿಸಿನ. ಚಂಪು ಕಾವ್ಯದ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಲಕ್ಷಣ ಗದ್ಯ ಪದ್ಯ ಮಿಶ್ರಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅವನಿಗೆ. ಹಿಂಗಿದಾರೆ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನ್ ದೆಮ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವೆದರ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್.
My lords, I'll have to place the name. I have it in a sealed cover, all the report.
Next date ಯಾವಾಗ ಕರಿಬೇಕು?
My lords, it can be called in the third week of June.
In the
meanwhile ನಾವು exercise ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೇವೆ. If result ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ
ಯಾರ್ದು ಮಾಡಿ
or second week of June, my lords.
ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ
The applications for intervention may be taken on record and I may be come there. Impleading applications for the main, the people who have qualified in the preliminary.
The impleading application shall be, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
This is come.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು.
Very well. I'll do this.
Call this matter
Second week.
in the third week of June 2025. ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅರುಣ್ ಶ್ಯಾಮ್, ನಾವು ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಡೌಟು, ಆ ಲಾಯರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಡೌಟು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಡೌಟು. ಆ ಲಾಯರ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಚಲೋ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಕೊಟ್ರು, ಈ ಲಾಯರ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವರು? ಹಾ, ಇಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ನಾಲ್ಗೆಗೆ ಅನ್ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ ಬೋನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ.
We understood and we discussed also.
ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಈ ಬಾಕ್ಸಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದೆ, ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಹರಿದು ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ. ಏನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ ಕಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ ಕಮೆಂಟ್ ಬರೆಯೋದು. ಥರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್, ಥಾಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಶನ್ ಎಂಥದ್ದು ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೊಹೆರೆನ್ಸೇ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ ಬರೆಯೋದು, ಜಡ್ಜ್ಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ ಬರೆಯೋದು, ಮಂಗ್ ಬರೆಯೋದು, ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೀವು ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಇಂತಿಂತ ಕಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಈ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜೇ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾಳೆ ನೀ KS IAS ಅದ್ರ ಗತಿ ಏನು ಸ್ಟೇಟದ್ದು ಅಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ, ಬೇಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾತಾಡುವಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ದೆಮ್ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ದೆಮ್. ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವಾಗ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಕಲಿತಾರೆ. ಅಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ, ಈ ಚೀಪ್ ಇರುವಂತವ್ರನ್ನ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ನಿಂದ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಆಗದಂಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ದಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ನಾಟ್ ವೆರಿ ಲೂಸ್ ಟಂಗ್? ಬಹಳ ಲೂಸ್ ಟಂಗ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಎನ್ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಎ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ದ ಕೋರ್ಟ್. ಬಹಳ ಲೂಸ್ ಟಂಗ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಹಾಳಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಪಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇಟಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ನೋಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ.
Total 4 matters. 16, 17, 19, 20. 4 matters.
With that matter also, WP also.
Make arrangements to
Total 4 matters.
All ticket ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು.
ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ
ಬಂದಿದೆ.
ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡು. ಹೌದಾ, ನೀವು ಏನಾರ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಈ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಓದ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಏನಾಗತ್ತೋ ಏನೋ, ಓದಕ್ಕೋ ಬೇಡೋ, ಇಂಥದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
In fact, that is the fate of the successful candidates.
No.
Every day they are putting on
successful candidates, the problem mostly
they are not there under the
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇದೆ? You are not filed application also.
not the application.
Number 6, filed application ಮೇಲೆ.
ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. Yes, next.
Oblige.
ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. Yes, next. Have you filed writ petition? ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ ಲಾಯರ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ. Lawyer, you have no voice when you appoint a lawyer. Otherwise you can remove your lawyer and you can argue. You want to remove? That's the rule. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. Otherwise ನಮಗೆ ನೀವೇ ಬಂದು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತೇವೆ, ಏನ್ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಲಾಯರ್ ಇಟ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. Yes. ಆದ್ರೆ KPSC ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟು ಹರಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ಸ್. ಎಷ್ಟು ತಪ್ಪು ನಿಮ್ KPSC ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಿ ನೀವು ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಏನೋ ನಾವೇನೋ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಲಾಯರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ದಟ್ಸ್ ಅನದರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಬಟ್ ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ದಂಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಆಮೇಲೆ 25ಕ್ಕೆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದು 3 ದಿವಸಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿ. ಏನು ಒಂದ್ 4-6 ದಿವಸ ತರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ?
I am informed that earlier mains was notified. After the court passed an order, we postponed it by 1.5 months. Earlier only it was notified.
But one thing we should say, you are very fair. You are more than fair to this court, to the candidates.
Grateful.
Yes, Vivek.
Yes.
He was so fair.
Ruben is, he acknowledged that similar orders could be passed.
That's his greatness.
Grateful.
Please.
Yes.
Appearing for petitioner, my lord.
Yes.
My lord, this is a writ petition challenging the order passed by the Honorable NCDRC. Challenging the order passed by the Honorable National Consumer Disputes Redressal Commission.
Who are you?
I am for the petitioner, my lord.
Petitioner at who andre ಏನು ನೀವು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಕೆಲಸ?
There I was the revision petitioner in the NCDRC. So the fact of the case is, my lords, I had an accident on 23rd of June 2019, my lords.
2019. You are a builder.
No, my lords, I'm a car owner.
Car
So
owner.
I had taken general insurance for my car, my lords, vehicle insurance. On 23rd June 2019, I have met with an accident, my lords.
ಶಾಂತವಾಗಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ನಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ನೋಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇವರು ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಪೀಪಲ್. Yes.
Yes, my lords. On 23rd June 2019, ನಂದೊಂದು accident ಆಗಿತ್ತು. There was no injury to any human life. I had crashed my car on the divider. So 23rd June 2019 being a Sunday, I could not intimate the insurance company about the accident. Subsequently,
ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು?
my lords, as early as possible is what the
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ?
My lords, insurance condition is not clear, my lords. The copy that I have filed is not completely clear, my lords. There has been an 8-day delay on my behalf in filing.
Days delay.
8 days delay. And the delay occurred because on 24th, I was
admitted to hospital.
No, my lords. I had a visa appointment in Calcutta.
When it was?
It was on 25th, my lord. So I was traveling to Calcutta on the 24th.
Accident happened on?
23rd June 2019.
25th visa
appointment
interview. You came back on which date?
I came back on the 30th or 1st, my lords. I don't have instructions regarding that, but I've intimated the claim on the 1st, my lords. I've intimated them about the claim on the 1st July, my lords.
Accident ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಳ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕು?
ಇಲ್ಲ, my lords.
You are a person going abroad.
Yes, so
you did not know that you could have sent accident on such and such date happened at such and such place. ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, my lords. On 23rd, I tried contacting them, but there was no service center. Their call centers were closed, my lords. Thereafter, because of my visa appointment and continuous travel, I could not intimate them, my lords. I agree there has been a slight lapse on my part, but on 1st, I have promptly intimated them about the incident.
Issue emergent notice. Take emergent notice. Let us see. ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ? ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಯೂಮರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. They are not supposed to be. Quasi-judicial authorities are not supposed to be made party, except where mala fide is being alleged. That's what 2024 judgment says of the apex court. On delete madi.
Yes, my lords. I'll undertake.
Petitioner seeks leave of the court to disarray respondent numbers 2, 3, and 4. First stop. Leave granted. Petitioner to amend the cause title. Issue emergent notice to first respondent, insurer. ಏನಿದೆ?
KPSC, assistant selection of.
Yes. Start. ನಿಮ್ದಷ್ಟೇ ಈಗ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟದೆ. ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಗಿದು ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಹೇಳಿ.
Now, Lord, last occasion.
ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟೆಡ್.
AG ಅವರು ತಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇನಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀವ್ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದ್ರು ಕೇಳೋಣ, ನೀವು ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ. ಹೇಳಿ, ನಿಮ್ದು ಹೇಳಿ. You have specifically said, we have recorded in our order, you have no objection for entrusting the both yourself and Lakshmi Narayana to CBI for investigation ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರಿ ಈಗ.
We can't withdraw it. We are bound by it.
We appreciated that fair stand.
Because we are no way involved, because it is the members of the KPSC who made a mess here.
KPSC stand ಏನು? ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, CBI ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು FBI ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ನಮ್ದು ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು.
Last time the learned senior counsel has.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ, ನೀವು on record we are asking you again.
Inquiry report ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ.
Leave it to the court, my lord.
Leave it to the court ಅಂದ್ರೆ?
ತಾವು ಯಾವ್ದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ದೇನು ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ನಿಮ್ದು CBI ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ್ದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ತಾವು
ಯಾವ್ದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ
ಇಲ್ಲ.
Learned panel counsel appearing for the KPSC, consistent with the stand of senior advocate Mr. P.S. Rajgopal other day, this day reiterates that The KPSC has no objection for entrusting the matter to any investigating agency of court's choice.
Only request is, my lord, the present report submitted by the members of the KPSC shall not be taken into account.
ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾವು
That's what for my,
yes. Government.
but one more submission, my lord. If your lordship permits me, my lord, for the last 1 year we have not paid the salary. My lord may
Not.
direct them to pay the.
Not. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೀವು ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದಿರಲ್ಲ, ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟೆಡ್ AG ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬ. ವಿಲ್ ವೇಟ್. ಬಸವರಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು, ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬನ್ನಿ.
We'll furnish the documents.
ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹಾಕಿ
260 pages ಇದೆ.
ಮೆಮೊ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಾ?
ಮೆಮೊ ಒಂದು ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ರಿಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡಿಂಗ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮೆಮೊ ಹಾಕಿ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೇಳಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಏನು ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಮೆಮೊ ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ ರಿಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡಿಂಗ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್. ಆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಎಸ್. We are just asking, we do not know. Yes. ಪಾಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬನ್ನಿ. ಇಂಥ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಯಿಸ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಎಸ್. ಎಸ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್. ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇನು AG ಅವರ ಸಬ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ರೆಕಾರ್ಡು ಮಾಡೇವಿ ನಾವು.
ಅದೇನು CBI ಕೊಡೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನೋ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ದು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಫರ್ದರ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕಾಲ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಮುಗಿಸೋಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು
ಬೇಕು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬನ್ನಿ. ಓಕೆ.
For the respondent.
Accommodation in this case. Very short accommodation in this case. 20
ಕಾಲ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್. ಏನೋ ವೆಕೇಶನ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಏನು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ತಾನೆ?
Covered by my lord P. Rudrappa.
On. We'll see. After vacation.
Please.
Very short accommodation.
23. ಏನಿದು ಸತೀಶ?
Lord, the departmental inquiry initiated against the petitioner, Lord, which culminates in withholding of increment. Lord,
Just increment.
Lord, withholding of Lord increment, 4 annual increments.
ಏನು allegation ಏನು?
Allegation is, my lord, while executing the work pertaining to asphalting.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರೇ ತಿನ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರನ? ಇಲ್ಲ.
But at the relevant point of time, Lord, the first petitioner B. Nagaraj was working as, my lord, assistant engineer in BBMP. As far as the
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ದೇನೋ?
there is absolutely no evidence, my lord.
ಏನು absolutely no evidence?
The inquiry officer, Lord, kindly come to, my lord, the charge memo.
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಟೇಕ್ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಸಮ್ ಅದರ್.
ಆಯ್ತು.
ಹಾ,
ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್.
Authorization. It's urgent matters ಇದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ.
Fourth respondent.
24. Call of application to enable counsel for the petitioner to come and argue. 25.
21/4/2025, Your Lordship has heard matter regarding to selection to the post of police constable under sports quota, my lord. She has produced the.
Subsequently,
Yes, ma'am.
he
Produced the
produced
document
that,
due to
document.
COVID, my lord.
Due to COVID.
Yes. And the COVID period from, my lord, on 15/3/2022.
COVID is which majority ಅಂತ hold ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು judgment?
The sumo complaint cognizance, my lord, Honorable Supreme Court, 22/3, SSC, my lord. The under delay of the COVID period, my lord.
ಆ ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಇದೆ ಏನೋ ಇಟ್ಟಾರ ಹಾಗೆ?
Provisional list selection, one post keep vacant ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು sir. At the time of granting the entry model.
ಇರಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. 18 AG has come. ಬ್ರದರ್ ಏನು ಇದನ್ನ ಅಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಇದನ್ನ. ಎನಿವೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್ ಬರಲಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಏನಾಯ್ತು? ಕಾಲ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೆಕೇಶನ್. ಎನಿವೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕವರ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಅದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನೋಡಿ.
Sorry, Manoj, just.
Now petitioner said, ನೀವು CBI ಗೆರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, FBI ಗೆರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಎಂತಗೆರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. KPSC ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗೋದು. ಯಾರು ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. We are ready, we are clean ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
I'll give filing a memo.
ನಿಮ್ದೊಂದು ಮೆಮೊ ಕೊಡಿ. ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Yes, ma'am, that's I thought, just your lordship.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾಪಿ ಕೊಡಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ senior advocates. ಕಾಪಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
Give me the first, what?
Directions.
Directions, yeah, what is this memo? Well, the first aspect is regarding the search committee has already been constituted, Mala. I'm filing a memo to that also, Mala. Government order is also passed, Mala. The Lord one. And subject to your lordship's verification, Mala, I mean, with regard to the. And this is regarding search committee, your lordship said to making future appointments, my lords. We have already constituted and government order is also passed, my lords. So that in future, my lords, there is qualification, eligibility.
ಯಾವುದೇ KPSC members ಅನ್ನು ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಇನ್ಮೇಲೆ.
Yes, government order is passed. Because that is one of the first, there are 3 orders which your lordship have passed.
ಹಾಗೆ ಯಾರು ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾರೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. That is the object.
No, we bowed on one, we have implemented that immediately. In fact, what is it? That's considered.
ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. At least ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ.
Serial number 1 ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ.
1 ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Chief Secretary as of now.
As of now ಆಗತ್ತೆ.
Permanent.
ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ.
We'll put it across.
ಯಾವುದೇ ಯಜ್ಞ ಹೋಮ ಏನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕಾರ ಒಂದು ಮಹಿಳೆ ಬಾಜು ಇರ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಇಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಸಹಿತ ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು.
This is
ಬೇರೆ ಜೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ
ಅಲ್ಲ, lordship may, for your lordship's may, any officer all India post retired additional forms.
ಅದನ್ನೇ ಒಬ್ಬ ಎನಿ ಆಫೀಸರ್
one of them will be a lady anta. We'll see that one of these 5 people is a lady anta.
Lady.
Okay, we'll put it across and modify that.
ಅಲ್ಲ
No, I understand,
ಇರ್ಬೇಕು.
Please, my lord. Any, whatever, any suggestions will welcome, my lord.
ಇರ್ಬೇಕು.
ಮಹಿಳಾ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ ಅಂತ
Please.
ಮಾಡೋದು, ಮಹಿಳೆ ಅಂತ.
Please, my lord. As long as
Any one of them.
any one of them, along,
Any one of them ಇದ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ.
while selecting, let it be a lady candidate.
ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಯತ್ರ ನಾರ್ಯಸ್ತು ಪೂಜ್ಯಂತೆ ತತ್ರ ರಮಂತೆ ದೇವತಃ ಸ್ಮೃತಿಕಾರರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಣ್ಣುಗಳಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ದೇವ್ರಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು.
We'll just mention it, my lord, according.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
We'll do that. my lord.
2:30 ಬರ್ತೀರಾ? ತರ್ಸ್ಬಿಡಿ 2:30.
Please, my lord.
Simple. 2:30
Please,
ತಗೊಂಡ.
please. And this is, and the third, my lord, third point also.
This we really appreciate.
No,
we should
whatever your lordship says, positive will come.
No, it cannot happen unless you have pressurized
No.
whichever, whoever be. ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೂ ಕೆಲವು ಸಾರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
I mean,
ನಾವು ಬರೀ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಅನ್ನೋ ಭ್ರಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೆಟ್ಟಿದ ಕೆಲಸ ಹೆಂಗಾಗ್ತವೆ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ? ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ.
and one more thing,
ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಲ್ಗೆ ಚಪಲಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೋ
not that,
ಬಿಟ್ರೆ
but
ಬಹಳ ಇರ್ತದೆ.
and multitasking, there two simultaneously, my lord, there are 101 things which will be.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಬಟ್ಟೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಸಹಿತ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ.
And sometimes a little nudge from your side will go a long way to moving it faster. And last thing, my lord, Lalita Kumari, your lordship, has notice was issued, she had given a reply, my lord. Certain aspects we are not satisfied with her reply. We have forwarded the reply to the KPSC to the present secretary, not the.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಆ ಲೇಡಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾರ ಅಸ್ಪರ್ಶನ್ ಮಾಡೀವಿ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬಾರ್ದು.
ಇಲ್ಲ. So what we
may have the justice, we don't know.
That is what
under what pressure she took that decision, why she did, we can't doubt every officer like that.
So therefore we have just forwarded a recommendation, we'll take a reply and take the objective decision in that
ಆಮೇಲೆ
matter.
ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅವು. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ.
Please.
Therefore, don't take our words that as casting aspersion on any officer.
In fact, in the beginning itself, your lordship have said, my lord, that your lordship are pleased to point out.
ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೇಳಿವಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ತಪ್ಪು ಹಂಗ ಅನ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದು.
ತಾವು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ
ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ. ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಬೊನಫೈಡ್ ಎರರ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಏನೋ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇಂದ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿಚ್ ಯು ಸೇಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಡೇ, ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ದೇರ್, ಹಂಗ್ ಮಾತಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯು ಆರ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಫೈಡ್ as a first law officer of the state, you are justified in reminding us that we cannot make loose statements on any of the conduct of any officers. Best of the officers we have seen, even in not so-called happy days, we have seen best of the officers. Therefore, don't be influenced by our red eyes. It is only on the process, not in any individuals. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಉಳಿದಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಈ ಪೊಲೀಸರು, ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೆಯೋದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇಲ್ದಂಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೆಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರ ಹೋಲ್ಸೇಲ್. ಹಂಗಿರಲ್ಲ. This is we are very happy.
By 2:30 I'll come and mention.
ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಡಿನ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಯಾವುದೇ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಡಿ. ನಂತರ ಪ್ರಿಫರೇಬಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಪ್ರೆಸ್ಡ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಒಬ್ರನ್ನ, ಅವಾಗ ಯಾರ್ದು ತಕರಾರು ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಸಿವ್, ನಮ್ದು ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಸಿವ್ನೆಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ರೂಲ್ ಈಗ.
Can I request, because this cabinet office, can I ask
ನಿಮ್ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಮಾಡೇವ್ ನಾವು. ನಿಮ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಇದಿರ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ ತೋಡೋಣ. ಈಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ನೀವು ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮನೋಜ್. Only thing, we have already issued a government order, Manoj, referring, saying that the CID will do the investigation on, as per the order dated 21st March 2025. Annexure R1 to our petition, Manoj, objections.
ಒಬ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲ, we are just thinking.
Please.
ಒಬ್ಬ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಸಿಬಿಐ ನಿಂದ ಒಬ್ರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸಿಬಿಐ ಅಲ್ಲ, one man from CBI
may not be in this case. The reason is, I pointed out, Manoj, similar investigation all are done by CBI and done excellently well, Manoj. And
your credentials ಏನು ಒಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಿ, ಒಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ
I'll place that sealed cover.
Let us see their credentials, what great works they have done.
Yes, Manoj, I'll show that each and every person. I'll show your lordship may satisfy that, then only proceed, Manoj. I'll show that each one of them, Manoj.
Credentials ಕೊಡಿ.
Credential sealed cover ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, Manoj. Sealed cover ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಯಾವುದು ಇವರು ವೆದರ್
3 ಜನದ್ದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, Manoj.
3 ಜನದ್ದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನ 2:30 ಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೋದಾ?
Monday.
ಮಂಡೇ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ದ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು
ಇದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, 2:30ಗೆ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ.
ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇದೇ ಮಂಡೇಗೆ.
I was not supposed to be, I came late night. I told Mr. Rajgopal.
No problem.
I may not be there.
Even Rajgopal said that he has some
Inconvenience ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು.
ಇದೆ. ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡೇ ಹಾಕೋಣ.
In
the meanwhile ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು?
I'll do that, Manoj.
Just note.
I'll do that. And tomorrow morning I'll give the credential and seal cover to the court officer. I'll do that.
Yes.
Regarding salary, Manoj.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ Manoj. ನಾನು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ.
Other employment and.
The Lordship may decide later, Manoj, on Monday, what to do, because as of now we have not paid salary to anyone. If it has to be paid, it has to be paid to everybody, not only to this petitioner.
ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ.
ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಇನ್ನು.
ಆಯ್ತು, ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದು ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. Because you have issued appointment order.
No, we are at your Lordship's hand, Manoj. I don't.
No, don't pass on the book to us. You have appointed them.
I'll take instructions and make submission on that. Instead of putting, Lordship are right.
ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ
I understand, Manoj.
That Registrar General High Court of Gujarat versus the State of Gujarat judgment ನೋಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ. The convicts serving the sentence, if they are made to work, you have to pay the remuneration.
Those lines.
ಹಂಗಿದೆ Article 23. The doctrine against beggar. Nobody can be compelled to work free. Article ಇದೆ ನಮ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ, we have borrowed it from, I do not know, maybe Canadian Constitution or the American Constitution.
I will seek instruction on instruction, Lordship may.
ಕೆಲಸ ನೀವು ಮನೆಗೆ ಕಳ್ಸೋದಿದ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಕೆಲ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಹಂಗ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
Understand. ತಾವೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ I should not throw the book on Lordship. I'll take instruction.
You have appointed.
I have appointed.
You have appointed.
I'll do that.
Learned senior advocates, Mr. Lakshmi Narayana and Mr. Bhagwat, complained that regardless of legality of appointments, selections and appointments, once appointment has happened and the petitioners have been in the employment, be it by way of training or otherwise, the remuneration prescribed to the post in question has to be handed to them, consistent with the doctrine against beggar enacted in Article 23 of the Constitution of India, in the light of Apex Court decision in Registrar General, Raghavendra, State of Gujarat versus Registrar General High Court of Gujarat versus ನೋಡಿ, State of Gujarat versus Honorable High Court of Gujarat. ನಮ್ದು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ನಾವೊಂದು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ವಿ, ಒಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ learned AG tells us that he would confer with his officers and come back. And for that, a short accommodation be granted. First, we agree. First off, call this matter on Monday.
Please, grateful to.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲೇ learned AG very appreciably has produced before us the government order dated 23/4/2025, which provides for the formation of a search committee for
appointment of for chairman and members of the
for appointment
Nominating.
For nominating the chairman and members of the KPSC, consistent with the
quota committee
recommendation of 2013
2013, 20th August 2013. my lord.
Committee date 31,
20th August
20th August 2013.
13.
13, as was assured to this court. First off, we again say that this is really appreciable step taken by the government of the day towards achieving probity and transparency in the selection process. First, when we pointed out that one of the members of the search committee should be a lady, and one should be from the oppressed classes, learned AG tells us that government would look into this matter and come out with a response. First, this also we appreciate. First, all this should happen on next date of hearing.
Please.
First, call this matter on
28th.
ಅವತ್ತು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಇದೇನಿದೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಅವ್ರ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಕ್ರೆಡೆನ್ಶಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು
ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. I won't wait till
what they have done.
Yes.
ಏನೇನಂತ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲವಾದ್ರೂ ಘನ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರು.
ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು.
ಅಂತವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವ್ ಇಂಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರು.
ಅಲ್ಲ
ಆಯ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು.
ಇಲ್ಲ, this put is independently lordship may verify. I'll give the credentials also.
We'll do that. We'll do on our own. But
in fact, they verified, Marat. Anyway, your lordship independently, I'll give the credentials by tomorrow morning itself, Marat, so that your lordship have sufficient
time to elicit our own information.
Absolutely,
from known sources.
Please, absolutely.
And in accordance with law.
Yes.
Interim order may be continued.
Interim order to continue. ಅದ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ
that one
you can't deny.
No, 3 points your lordship have told, made a note of it.
Just look into that judgment.
Yes, I'll
just
do that.
look into that judgment. Mr. Nargund is appearing for which matter? Urgency idea? Disposed of. Urgently or after summer vacation? We agree, every case should be disposed of.
27th, my lord, covered judgment.
ಯಾವುದು?
27th that.
27th?
Last time.
ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಬರೋಣ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ EG, one more thing we should say. Other day in other matter they have said 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಇದೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಬೇರೆದಿನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಬೇರೆ ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಬೇರೆ ಇದೆ. ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ another 50,000. ಲೋಕಲ್ ಬಾಡೀಸು, ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟೀಸು 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ approximately.
Only thing they are saying is, Manoj, they again have to filter which they, as of now, vacancy, whether the vacancy needs to be filled up, and some of them will be watered down or closed. Those also I ask them to.
Anyway, ನೀವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? ಈಗ 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ
we are working on it.
2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗಳು ಉಳಿತಾವು.
No, we are working.
ಬಟ್ ಕೋರ್ಟೇ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನ.
ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ.
ನಾನು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಈಗ ಸುಮಾರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಇನ್ನು ಜಡ್ಜಸ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವಳದ್ದು ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ದಲ್ಲಿ
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಯಂತ. ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾನೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
I argued the matter, question of the regulation does not arise because every, Milord, you are on supernumerary post for such a long period as against a sanctioned post.
Full salary.
Full salary, my annual increments, everything was given. ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಅಸಿಸ್ಟ್
Annual
ಮಾಡಿ.
increment.
KJD was given, group insurance was, GPF, everything was given. ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Petitioners are knocking at the doors of writ court. Common order ಅನ್ನೋದು ಹೌದು, common order. Assailing a common order dated 21/1/2020, whereby their application numbers 445, 448, 449, of 2018, connected with application numbers 444, 446 and 447 of 2018 have been negatived by the State Administrative Tribunal at Bangalore. In the said applications, petitioners had sought for somehow regularization of their services and for payment of and for settlement of all terminal benefits. On the ground that having undergone a regular selection process, they came to be appointed in the Karnataka Inland Water
Inland Fisheries Development Corporation.
Karnataka
Inland Fisheries Development.
Inland Fisheries Development Corporation, apparently an Article 12 entity established and controlled by the state government. First, learned counsel for the petitioners, Mr. Mukannappa, vehemently argues that when the selection having been done, appointment is accomplished in the Article 12 entity, the question of regularization as such would pale into insignificance in as much as they were so appointed against the existing vacancies, to the existing vacancies against the sanctioned posts with the admissible pay scales and allowances as well. First, when a decision was taken to continue the services of the petitioners, wide order dated 4/2/1992, six government orders of various dates came to be issued, creating supernumerary posts for accommodating the petitioners, and accordingly they were accommodated in the service of Fisheries Department with all regular pay scales and with continuity of service. First. However, he says that by conspiracy of circumstances, the petitioners were not treated as regular employees of respondent numbers 2 and 3, correct? Despite orders by the first respondent.
Respondent number 2 only, my lord.
Respondent number 2. Respondent number 2, comma, a great injustice thereby has been occasioned, resulting into loss of status, service, and monetary benefits, such as terminal benefits. Correct? First, the tribunal having approached the matter with a juridically defective angle, comma, there is error apparent on the face of the impugned order, warranting interference of this court for setting the same at right and thereby doing justice to his clients. First, learned AGA appearing for the first respondent and learned panel counsel appearing for respondent numbers 2 and 3, only 3.
Only 3.
Alle 1 and 2 AGA na?
Please.
1 and 2 mark. And learned panel counsel appearing for the respondent number 3 oppose the petitions, making submission in justification of impugned order of the tribunal and the regions on which it has been constructed. First, learned AGA submits that the appointment of the petitioners cannot be said to be regular appointment, and in any event, they cannot be treated on par with civil servants of the government, and therefore they cannot seek any status or benefit on par with the said civil servants. First, he draws our attention to the affidavit dated 20th August 2024, filed by Director of Fisheries, Government of Karnataka, Bangalore, to the effect that, inter-alia to the effect that whatever benefits that have been accorded to the employees of the third respondent corporation, correct? New appear third respondent corporation? Third respondent corporation would be granted to the petitioners and they cannot be treated as civil servants. First, learned panel counsel appearing for the third respondent submits that never have the petitioners put in service in the employ of his client, and therefore his client cannot be saddled with any liability in terms of service of petitioners. First, he also submits that his client was not made a party, arrayed as a party to the applications before the tribunal, correct?
Please, madam. Please, madam.
And therefore, no relief can be granted as against his client. Kutukali, please. Next paragraph. So contending, they seek dismissal of the writ petitions. Next paragraph. Having heard the learned counsel for the parties, And having perused the petition papers, we are inclined to grant indulgence in the matter as under and for the following reasons. Number one, the very clenching stand of the petitioner, respondent numbers 1 and 2 arises from what has been stated in paragraph 5 of the subject affidavit, which has the following text. ಅದರ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀನಿ ನೂರ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋ. Therefore, the contention that the petitioners were not in the employ of second or third respondents would fall to the ground. To the ground. Full stop. Next paragraph. The document, namely the proceedings of the government of Karnataka dated 4/2/1992, a copy whereof avails at annexure A5 to WP, the WP 2069 of 2021, specifically shows that there were 10 employees working in the third respondent corporation, and of them second respondent corporation, second respondent is department, in the second respondent department, and of them 6 happen to be these petitioners. The said government order gives full particulars of these petitioners, such as their pay scale, basic pay, and place of posting, and their continuation in the third respondent corporation. Second respondent. No, Inland Water
Second
Fishery
respondent.
Development Corporation is second. Corporation is second.
Yes, my lord.
You are for third.
Fishery Corporation, my lord, subsequent establishment, my lord, from 2018.
No, what is this corporation? You are for corporation or whom?
Third respondent, my lord.
This third person is mentioned in there.
Inland is separate, my lord.
Inland is different.
Yes, ma'am.
In the inland, in the second respondent corporation, which subsequently third ಆಯ್ತಾ no?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ sir. ಇದು
ಇಲ್ಲ.
separate-
separate
independent corporation.
Does it exist till today? Ask your ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸೀಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ನಿಲ್ಸಿರಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಆಫೀಸರ್ನ? He is not accused. He has come here to help us. Kindly be seated. Come, yes, sir. Yes. Please yield the seat to officer. Yes. Second ಇಲ್ಲ. Second has become,
No, my lord.
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆಫೀಸರ್.
ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್
ಅದೇ ಅರ್ಧದು ನಿಮ್ದೇನಾ?
ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಡರ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಫಿಶರೀಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ
ಫಿಶರಿ ಜನರಲ್ ನಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
ಫಿಶರೀಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಹಾ,
ಈಗ ಅದ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯೀಸ್ ಇವರು
ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿರೋ ಕೇಸ್.
The joint director, Mr. So and so, who on request having appeared before us, clarifies Mr. So and so, clarifies the position that the third respondent is the successor of the second respondent. This is what he is saying.
Entirely different, my lord.
Huh?
Entirely different.
Who are you? Are you part of the state government or not?
Yes, my lord. But we are part of the second respondent, but not successor the Inland Fishery Corporation, my lord.
ಇವರು ಥರ್ಡ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಹೌದಲ್ಲ ಅವರು?
ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಡರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಬರ್ತದೆ ನಿಗಮನ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ನಿಗಮ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಫಿಶರಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಸರ್.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂಡರೇ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ.
ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಡರ್
But not successor to the Inland Fishery.
ಫಿಶರೀಸ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್
Because since
Successors ಅಲ್ಲ.
this was closed.
ಅದು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್
Inland Fisheries Development Corporation
After
Limited was
winding up of the Inland Fishing Corporation, Lordship,
One
government
case
has passed order 10/1
take them in
2018.
response number 2. 2 ದಲ್ಲಿ.
The inland fisheries party
ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಇಲ್ಲ
ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ just whatever it. That the third respondent is under the control of the government. Control of the government. Full stop. Under the pervasive control of the government. First, that itself would not dilute liability of respondent numbers 1 and 2 from honoring the status of the petitioners as their employees and according all terminal benefits, treating them on par with civil servants. First, this we say because the services of the petitioners were continued with the second respondent by creating supernumerary posts. First, despite this, we are bewildered, to say the least, that the tribunal has denied legitimate relief to the petitioners, and that cannot be left unfaltered. Next paragraph. The observation of the tribunal as to absence of regularization or absorption again is unsustainable. First, if the services of these poor employees were continued in the second respondent by creating supernumerary posts with the admissible pay scales and allowances, we fail to understand how relief could be denied to these litigants who have spent years in their legal battle. Even a blind man can see from the records that petitioners have shed their blood and sweat in the service of second respondent, which is the state government, department of the state government. Their affidavit, paragraph mentioned above, lends credence to this view. First, had the petitioners got entry through back doors to the public service, as would happen in many cases that come before us, the consideration would have been much different. First, however, that is not the case at hand. First, next paragraph. In the above circumstances, these petitions are favored. A writ of certiorari issues, quashing the impugned order of the tribunal. Petitioners' subject applications having been allowed, the following directions issue to respondent numbers 1 and 2. 1. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು? Petitioners are declared to be the civil servants holding the positions mentioned in the order dated February 1992, a copy whereof avails at annexure F with all admissible benefits such as salary, allowances, and terminal benefits. Terminal benefits includes
pension. Ma'am, with your lordship, kindly, I'm sorry, my lord. There are 6 petitioners here. My lord, only 2 of them are now still they are working, they are having less than 1 year of service. The others, my lord, the 2 of the, the Nagaraj is alive, other 3, some of, my lord, they died. They are entitled.
Whichever petitioner is dead, their LRs have been brought on record, and therefore all these benefits have to be computed, sanctioned, computed, and released to the petitioners and LRs of the deceased petitioners, which is as are reflected in the amended cost title to the petition, within a period of
2 months.
8 weeks. 8 weeks. First. Next point. 2 of the petitioners,
Not D.
Namely-
Nagaraj, my lord, he has retired. The Prakash and AB Srinivas, these 2 are still continuing.
Enta Prakash.
R. Prakash
2 of the petitioners, namely Mr. R. Prakash
and AM Srinivas.
and AM Srinivas.
Yes. They were still they are continuing.
Last month salary slip ellide? Last month salary slip torsi.
Salary slip ಇದೆಯಾ?
But continued ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ?
They are working.
Salary ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರೆ?
ಅವರಿಗೆ ಫಿಶರೀಸ್
ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ?
ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ? ಈಗಲೂ? ಈಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ
ಇವನು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಕಳಮ್ಮ. ಸೊ ಏನು ಆರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಮತ್ತೆ
ಆರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಅಂಡ್ AM Srinivas.
AM Srinivas shall be continued in the respective posts and the status as civil servants with all service and monetary benefits.
Yes.
Concomitantly till they attain the age of superannuation.
Please.
First up. Ordered accordingly. Courts reluctantly made easy.
6 month time back, something, lordship, but in 6 month time may be granted.
6 months.
Because the government has to give for
3 months, madam. 3 months. If delay is brooked, the payables shall carry interest at the rate of 1% per mensem for the first 2 months and 2% for the period next following, which may be recovered from the erring officials of the department personally. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Compromise ಆಗಿದೆ ಮಲ್ಲ, please.
Compromise ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಆಯ್ತಾ?
Only on one
Only
point they
one
have a
point.
small difference.
ಏನ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್?
So, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು
Pension.
pension,
Death
death benefit,
Senior advocate is on his feet. Should yield, please.
death benefit ಅಲ್ಲಿ,
ಹಾ.
death benefit ಅಲ್ಲಿ 30 lakhs and order ಅವರಿಗೆ
ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು.
ಬರ್ತದೆ. 21 lakhs daughter has already taken.
21 she has already taken.
She has already taken. 10 lakhs she has kept in FD. The 10 lakhs they have spent. Now 9 lakhs is remaining. The daughter is telling 9 has to be divided into 3 lakhs ತರ share ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. Your wife is asking for 50%.
ಹಾ.
30%.
30%. ಹಾ. ನಿಮ್ದೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ ಪಾಪ ನಿಮ್ ಅವ್ರ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬರಮ್ಮ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬನ್ನಮ್ಮ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಗು ಇದೆ. ಯಾರು ಈಗ 21 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ತಗೊಂಡವ್ರು ಯಾರು? ಅವರು ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರೆ. ಕರೀರಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ. ಮತ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮೆಮೊ ಇದೆ.
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಗಡಿ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಸೂಟ್ ಇದೆ.
3 ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೂಟ್ನಾಗ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ.
ಒಂದು ಮನೆ ತುಮಕೂರಲ್ಲಿದೆ. Wife is claiming 50% in that property. She is not ready to give.
ಅದು ಸೂಟ್ನಾಗ ಏನ್ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಹಾಕೋತಾಗ್ಲಿ.
ಹಾಗೆ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
ಹೌದು.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವ 15 ವರ್ಷ ಮಗ. ಡೆತ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ ಅವಾಗ. ಡೆತ್ ಇನ್ ಹಾರ್ನೆಸ್ ಯಾವಾಗ? 2020. ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅದು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅದು? ಅವಳು ಇನ್ನು 15 ವರ್ಷ.
ಈಗ 15 ವರ್ಷ.
ಇನ್ನೆಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಯ್ಬೇಕು?
6 years.
ಹಾ, 6 years ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಆಗ್ತದ? 6 years ಗೆ
21.
15 ಅವಳಿಗೆ 15 ವರ್ಷ. ಇವಳಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಯ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದೆ?
ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನೇಟ್ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ 21 ಮೇಲೇನೆ ಕೊಡೋದು.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಡೆತ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು?
ಅಪ್ ಟು 32 years the child is entitled.
ಅಲ್ಲ, 1 ವರ್ಷ. ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಅಟೈನ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ 1 ವರ್ಷದೊಳಗೆ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್.
ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಅಟೈನ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ 1 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ. ಈಗ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಕೊಡೋದು? ನಿಮ್ ಕ್ಲೈಂಟ್
ಈಗ ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನೇಟ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದು.
she will get the appointment. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ pension she will get in 50% of the pension. From the salary what she is getting, 5,000 rupees she has to give to the daughter.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನೇಟ್ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ?
To the wife. Srinivas is the father, Rashmi is the mother. Both were teachers.
Srinivas is father and Rashmi is mother.
Rashmi died in 2016.
Correct.
Srinivas married this Savita in 2019. And one posthumous child, when she was 8 months carrying, he died due to COVID.
Okay.
The Rashmi's job, daughter will Duti, our hesaru. Duti will get after she becomes 21 years of age. As I understand, up to the age of 32, compassionate ground job can be secured by the
that is number one.
Job
of Srinivasa we shall be taken by Srimati Savita. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ದ್ಯುತಿ ಕೊಡೋದು ಯಾರ ಜಾಬ್?
Rashmi the job.
ಅವ್ರು she was also employed.
She was also employed. She is also teacher.
Okay. ಇಬ್ರು ಡೆತ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆಯ್ತು, ಕೊಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ.
ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡಕ್ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನೇಟ್ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಬೆಟರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು.
She gets
ಅದರ್ ಜಾಬ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಫಾದರ್ ಜಾಬ್ ಆದ್ರೂ 2 ಜಾಬ್ ಅಂತಿರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು.
ಆಧಾರದ ಕ್ಲೈಮ್
ಒಂದು ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಅಂದಾಗ
ಅದು ಸಕ್ಸೆಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ.
ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಂದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇವ್ರ ಅನುಕೂಲಕ್ಕೆ ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೋ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೋ.
ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
ಏನ್ರಿ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ದಂಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟು ತ್ರಾಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಹಂಗ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಏನ್ ಸಕ್ಸೆಷನ್ ಅದು. ಒಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೊರಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ನೇಸರ್ಗಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾಗ.
ಹೌದು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಯಾವ್ದು ರೂಲ್?
ಇನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾವಿಷನ್ ಒಂದಿದೆ. ಪ್ರೊವೈಡೆಡ್ ದಟ್ in this case a minor he must attain the age of 18 years within 2 years from the date of death.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕಾಮತ್, ಲಾ ಇಸ್ ಅಮೆಂಡೆಡ್. ಮೊದ್ಲಿಗೆ ನೀವ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಅವರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಡೆತ್ ಆಗಿ 2 years ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಟೇನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅವಳು. ಯಾರು ಮಗು ಹೆಣ್ಣಿರ್ಲಿ ಗಂಡಿರ್ಲಿ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರಿಗಷ್ಟೇ ಕಂಪ್ಯಾಷನೇಟ್ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಇವರು ಇನ್ನು 10 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಆಗೋ ತನಕ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಯ್ಕೋತ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ.
In one case, my lord, I was able to get a job for a lady who was 31 years, who was 12 years when her father died.
In which year?
Long back.
Now law is amended.
It is amended.
ಅದ್ ನಿಮ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನೋಡೇ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಾರ ಅವರು. ಹಂಗ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಕೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ದಟ್ ವೇ. That will affect the public administration. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. He is right in saying that. ಒಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಜಾಬ್ ಒಬ್ರು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಏನ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಒಬ್ರು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಸೂಟ್ ಏನಿದೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. ಇದು ಒಂದೇ ದಾರಿ, ಬೇರೆ ದಾರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಒಮ್ಮಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಕ್ತಿವಿ, ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ರಿ.
ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜಾಬ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋರು ಮನೆ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ
ಅದು ಬೇಕು,
ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ
ಎಲ್ಲದೂ ಬೇಕು,
ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗತ್ತೆ.
ಹಂಗ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಮ್ಮ ನೀನು? ತಾಯಮ್ಮ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ? ಏನಂತೆ?
ಇದೊಂದು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ, she is 15 year old, therefore she cannot claim compassionate appointment at all. ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಟರ್ಮಿನಲ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ತಾಯಮ್ಮ. ಏನಮ್ಮ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಗುಗೆ
posthumous child born.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಜಾಬ್ ಸಿಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಜಾಬ್ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ಜಾಬ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
2000
ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ,
2016 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಶಿ ಇಸ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವ್ರು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು 20 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಇವ್ರು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು 20 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ.
ಬಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀಂಗ್ ಫಾಟ್
20 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ.
ಕೇಸ್ ಫೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ WP ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಇಸ್ 2023. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಆ ಡೇಟಿಗೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿದೋತಪ್ಪ.
ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ,
ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಫ್ 2021.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮದರ್ದು ಜಾಬ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು. ಮದರ್ದು ಜಾಬ್ ಅನ್ನೋ 16 ಇಂದ 2 years ಶಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅಟೈನ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ.
ಶಿ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟ್.
ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅದು ಮುಗೀತು.
ಬಟ್ ವಿಡೋ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೆಟ್.
ಅದು ಮುಗೀತು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ. ಈಗ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಹಸ್ಬೆಂಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್. ಹಸ್ಬೆಂಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ವಿಡೋ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅವ್ರು ಡಿಸೈಡ್
Only one small amendment, my lord. In the first para is the daughter of late Srinivas V and late Rashmi, who is respondent number 4, Kumari Duti, aged about 15 years, will be entitled to apply for her mother's teacher's job on compassionate ground and take all benefits, salary, etc. for herself if it is permissible under law.
ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರೂಲ್ ಬೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇದೆ.
That para may be deleted.
ಆ ಡಿಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಕ್ರಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಮ್ಮ, ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಅವ್ರು, ಹೇಳೋದನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗೋದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ನೀನ್ ಜಾಬ್ ತಗೋ, ಜಾಬ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟರ್ಮಿನಲ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ಏನೇನ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಗಿನ್ಷನ್ ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡು. ಸೂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಸೂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಭಗವಂತ ಇಟ್ಟಂಗ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಸೂಟ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡು, ನಿಮ್ಗೊಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಒಂದು ರೀಸನೇಬಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ?
ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಬೋತ್ ಇಸ್ ಎರಡು ಕಡೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಆ OS ಹಂಗೆ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ಹೆಂಗ?
ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜಾಬು ಒಂದು ಮನೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ರಿಲೇಶನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಹೆಂಗಿರುತ್ತೋ ನಾವ್ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಮತ್ತೆ ದಿಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ದ ಮೇಜರ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟೀಸ್. ಅವಾಗ ಶೇರ್ ಆದಾಗ ಶಿ ವೋಂಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಡಾಟರ್ ಅಪ್ಪಂದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ತಂದೆಗೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ಮಗಳಿಗೊಂದು ಶೇರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಶೀಸ್ ದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ವೈಫ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ ದ ಬೆಟರ್ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್.
ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ 1 heir. Widow is also class 1 heir. ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಮಗಳು ಪ್ಲಸ್
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು ಮನೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದ್ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ನೀವು ಬದುಕ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ. ಸಂಬಳ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕೆಲಸ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ನೀವು ಬದುಕ್ಬೋದು. ನಾಳೆ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ದಿದಾನೋ ಭಗವಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಆ ಮಗುಗೆ.
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಮ್ಮ?
Regarding the property dispute is pending before the
ಮಾಗಡಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಬೇಗ ಬೇಗ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ಬೇರೆ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಅಡ್ವೊಕೇಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಾರೆ, ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಟೈಮ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು.
ಮೀಡಿಯೇಷನ್ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೋಮವಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಮೀಡಿಯೇಷನ್ ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬರ್ಲಿ.
Senior advocate Mr. Kamath mediated between the parties, and some positive development has happened. First off, further mediation also is required, and therefore matter is referred to mediation center, Bangalore. Parties are directed to appear before. ಯಾವತ್ತು appear ಆಗ್ತೀರಿ mediation center ಮುಂದೆ?
ಮೀಡಿಯೇಷನ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಡೇಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಿ?
My lord, senior counsel Sushila is excellent in let her be appointed.
Mediation center.
Tomorrow only I will request her. Tomorrow only they will appoint. Monday it can be.
The director of mediation center is requested to arrange mediation at the hands of Srimati Sushila, learned senior advocate and mediator. Designated mediator.
Yes.
Designated mediator on Monday imminent. That is so and so. Parties through their advocates are put to notice to appear before the mediator at 11 AM. ಯಾವರಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು? ತುಮಕೂರಿಂದ at 12 of the clock. 12 of the clock on the said day.
26th Saturday she appears in mediation center, my lord. Let it be.
26ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ?
ಶನಿವಾರ.
ಶನಿವಾರ ಆಗತ್ತಾ? ಶನಿವಾರ
26th.
Very good. We deeply appreciate the services rendered in this case by Mr. Kamath free of cost.
ಇವಳಿಗೆ ಜಾಬ್
Okay. ಇದು ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ.
ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿ.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kamath. Next.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್. ಅವತ್ತು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಅವತ್ತಿದೆ 26 ಹೋಗಿ.
Very all common sense government educating. Yes.
Appeal for petition in this case.
Mulidhar ಏನಿದೆ?
Lord, this is a matter, Lord, career advancement scheme matter, Lord.
Says covered by judgment ಅನ್ನೋದು.
Covered by judgment.
Cover ಆಗತ್ತಾ?
Cover ಅಂದ್ರೆ my lords have held that, Lord, that
no interview is required
anta. But in my case, interview happened and I was my candidature was recommended, my lord. Only reason why I have not been considered for this CAS is that, Lord, on the date of issuance of order by the authority,
became employee of another university.
Another university anta ashte. But
ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ?
But the UGC specifically says that, Lord, as on the date of consideration by the selection committee.
That is the date.
Ashte. If I were to be the employee, my lord, and active service, I am entitled for the benefit, my lord. Lord, page number 305, my lord.
Yes, brother. Allow ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
Allowed. Certainly it cannot be allowed because he was, one thing is, as on the date of consideration, when others were considered, he had already retired. As per the regulations, 6.3.9, my lord, he is supposed to be in active service.
I was not.
as on the
No,
date,
as on the date of consideration.
as on the date of consideration.
That happened along with his other members.
Yes, my lord.
He was in service only.
On 9/2/2022.
No, no, he was in Maharani, he joined the university in June to 2022, my lord.
Correct.
Therefore, the consideration happened in the list of candidates to be considered was announced in November 2020.
No.
That is annexure A1, which is challenged.
But still he was in service only.
9/2.
No, he has to be considered by the university, my lord.
Huh?
Cluster university. That is the finding of the tribunal. Your lordships may kindly see in
Section, ಇದನ್ನ ಕೊಡಿ.
page 60.
Act ಅನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿ.
Act, my lord.
Act ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ?
May I just see, read page 60, my lord. The finding of the tribunal, page 60. From there we can proceed, my lord.
60.
60.
Please, me. Further
Page
it is-
60, bottom of the page, my lord. Further, it is observed that the applicants are aggrieved by the omission of their names from the select list dated 10/11/2022, annexure A1. This is the impugned order, my lord.
Correct.
For which they have sought for quashing the said notification. It is seen from the records that the first applicant retired from service on, we are not concerned with the first applicant, my lord. First applicant has not challenged the
The first
order.
is not concerned
Yes.
with us.
And
Yes.
therefore, to invite him to face the interview for the post of professor at a date later on his retirement date would not arise. We do not understand as to how the first applicant can be aggrieved by these developments and claim that he should have been invited for the interview for the post of professor from the cadre of assistant
ಬಿಡಿ, ಅವ್ರ
professor
ಅದು ಸಂಬಂಧನೇ
after his
ಇಲ್ಲ.
retire. Insofar as the second applicant is concerned, he was earlier working in Maharani Women's Arts and Science College and has now become an employee of the Maharani's Cluster University, Bangalore, consequent to the promulgation of the Karnataka State University Act on 2/3/2019. In other words, as on the date of consideration of promotion to the cadre of professor, the second applicant was not an employee of the second respondent department, and therefore he is not also not eligible to be considered for promotion. So what is challenged, annexure A1, is a government order. He cannot ask for inclusion while when he is not a civil servant. He cannot ask to be included along with other civil
No,
servants.
this promotion is not post-based promotion.
Yes.
I understand, my lord.
Yes.
Yes, but it is not the government which has to give him, because the regulations treat the universities separately. Your lordships may see the government order of 2009, my lord, which is at page A5, annexure A5 at page 119. It treats the universities separately and the colleges coming under the state separately. At page 119, annexure A5.
119.
119, my lord. May I just read from para 3 at the bottom of the page, my lord?
Yes.
Para 3. The UGC in its notification date, number so and so dated 12/6/2009 has issued guidelines regarding the minimum qualification required for the appointment of teachers and other academic staff in universities and government and aided colleges and for their career advancement and measures for the maintenance of the standards in higher education 2009. In its letter dated 23/9/2009, read at 5 above. 4. The revision of the UGC pay scales in respect of the teachers, librarians, physical education personnel of universities, government and aided colleges under the control of the Department of Higher Education and the government and aided colleges has to be examined by the government, and the following orders are passed. Government are pleased to revise the UGC pay scales of the teachers, librarians and physical education personnel of universities, government and aided degree colleges and government and aided law colleges in the state under the control of the Department of Higher Education as detailed below. So universities,
CAS ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
CAS in the appendix 3 ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
CAS at
Appendix 3 at page 159.
Appendix 3 of the same government order?
Yes.
ಹೌದು ಹೌದು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಓದಿ.
Now, my lord, the professor, the provisions relating to promotion to the professor at page 161, my lord.
160.
Professor, undergraduate and postgraduate colleges.
160.
160, my lord, 1.13.
1.13. Associate professor.
Yes, associate professor having 3 years can be.
Page 161, my lord. Professor
In undergraduate and postgraduate
colleges. Yes, my lord. My lord, as on 2009.
The professor in undergraduate and postgraduate colleges.
He was in an undergraduate college.
He was a professor there.
He was.
Associate.
associate professor. Your lordships will notice
10% of number of the posts of associate
Lord.
professor.
there was a restriction on the number of professors there can be at
When
that,
a
at-
CA
in
is
2009.
Ah.
This restriction came to be removed only in the year 2021, my lord, when the government adopted the 2018, which is the fourth amendment to the regulations.
Fourth amendment to
Fourth
UGC
amendment to the
regulation.
regulations, which came in 2018, adopted by the government in
When,
2021.
when he ought to have been granted CAS benefit?
2020.
My lord, he could not have been considered because at this point of time there were there was a restriction on the number of this one.
No, where have you stated that he falls outside that more than 10%?
That is not stated, my
No,
lord. There has not been any consideration for that purpose.
No, we are asking why, that is his grievance. If, why he was left unconsidered? It is not vacancy based. It is status based. Why he was left unconsidered? He ought to have been granted CAS.
My lord, as on that date, my lord, the API's scores came to be implemented. That is another contention. They are saying that they should be assessed under the self-assessment scheme. That is the pleadings. In their pleadings, the ground taken is the prior to API scheme came into existence. API came into existence under the 2009 order, government order, which we just noticed, my lord.
CAS is granted under the UGC guidelines.
UGC guidelines, which is adopted
Not
by
your government order, whether you adopt or not, it is applicable and hold ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ apex court now. CAS, which is independent of the vacancies, avails to the teachers regardless of adoption. That is the law. Therefore, you ought to have considered him for CAS.
My lord, if I may respectfully submit, my lord, the government for a government servant to make it applicable to a government servant,
Yes.
the government has to adopt it, my lord.
Which is the section? Take out the CAS regulations.
My lord,
Take out the CAS
CAS was introduced by the 2009 regulations of the UGC.
Correct. Subsequently, they have been amended, which, the judgment,
By, please,
our judgment.
But,
Which regulations say, unless the government adopts CAS, the UGC regulations are not applicable ಅಂತ ಯಾವ rule ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ? They are under central legislation. Others perhaps need not wait, take some date and go, if possible today. Regulation 6.4 of UGC regulations.
6.4, my lord.
UGC regulations.
305.
Regulations of 2009, my lord.
2009 ಅಲ್ಲ.
9, 10 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, 18 ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು, 6.4.
So, regulations of 2018.
18 million.
18. Because
305.
till 2019 he was there only.
He was
19
there
he was
till
there.
even
Therefore,
22
2018 regulation,
At least 22 ವರೆಗೂ he was there.
22 ವರೆಗಿದ್ರು.
ಹೌದು. On June 20, 2022, my lord, he was made as a cluster university employee.
Clause 4.1 of 2018 regulations. It says, assistant professor who has completed 3 years of service of academic level 12 selection grade, a PhD degree in so and so, any one of the following during the last 3 years, completed one course of program from amongst the categories of refresher courses, methodology workshop, syllabus upgradation workshop, teaching, learning, evaluation, technology program, faculty development program. ಅದಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂನು ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೇವ್ ನಾವು. Interview is mentioned only for the librarians.
But if I may respectfully submit, my lord, I'm not able to point out the exact provision, but from my experience in other matters, my lord,
ಲಾದಲ್ಲಿ experience.
no, I'll just point this out, my lord. I'll find the relevant provision. My lord,
Tuesday ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
please,
Tuesday ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳು. ಯಾವ UGC regulation ಅಲ್ಲಿ
the
ಇದೆ?
burden eventually falls on the government to pay the pay scales, my lord. UGC
No.
pays only a portion of the
Correct.
pay scales.
But
So
if
ultimately,
UGC
the finance department of the government has to
ಇಲ್ಲ.
approve it, therefore.
I don't
Because the
think
burden
like
lies
that.
on the government, my lord. And the government has to assess the financial situation of the state and pay revisions have to, because this
ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ
is,
ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಲ್ಲ.
this is essentially a pay revision, my lord.
That's all right.
Please.
But you have given it to others.
Please.
ಇವ್ರೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದಾ?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರನ್ನು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
Where
They
have you
can't say
stated?
that others.
Where have you stated? To none we have given. Show that.
ಅಲ್ಲ, they have to assert that others have been given.
No, to nobody you have given ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ. You have taken up that contention.
Retrospective effect only they have given.
You have given it retrospective effect.
Please, my lord, from the date of the eligibility only they have given. Annexure J, my lord. Page number 383.
My lord, I'm submitting on instructions as per rule 639 of the 2018.
Yes.
No, this is 2010 regulations.
10 ಬರಲ್ಲ.
They should be in active service.
I was.
And not
10 ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಅವರಿಂದ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಡ್ರಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಲಾ ಅಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ.
used to.
ಓದ್ಕೊಂಬರಿ ಸರಿ. ಹಂಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಓದಲ್ಲ ಬರೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೀಫ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ತಿರುವಮೂರು 10 ಹೋಗಿ 13 ಹೋಗಿ 14 ಹೋಗಿ 16 ಹೋಗಿ 18 ಬಂದಿದೆ.
18.
Lord, I'll assist the court on why he was not considered on an earlier date. On that point, I have to answer.
That's
Please.
ಆಮೇಲೆ in the meanwhile act ಅನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. All benefits will continue under that act he did not bring in the morning. The other day. ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾಪಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
Please.
Copy ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ.
Yes. Any short matter, small matter. ಹಂಗಾದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ?
Next matter is mine.
One by one ಕರೀರಿ. ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಅದು ಮಾಡೋ ಬದ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸೀಲಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ.
I appear for the appellant, my lord. In this case, last date, the secretary personally appeared before your lordship and stated the cadre and recruitment rules and they are
ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
created. My question is,
ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋಣ ಅಂತ.
they are called objections, my lord.
Finalized.
Objections. Provisional.
Finalized.
Finalized.
It is finalized.
ಮತ್ ಕೊಡಿ.
On that day, secretary has appeared before the court and submitted, my lord.
ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಅಶ್ಯೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಾ?
ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಅವತ್ತೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
My lord,
ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
now they have entrusted the recruitment process to the KPSC. Here in the instant case, 1999 is the first notification.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್
ಅದಲ್ಲೇ ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತೋಯ್ತು ಅವತ್ತು.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ.
But is
My application prayer is that reversing of the order of the KT.
application prayer.
Application ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ.
Page number 30, my lord.
30.
Yes, my lord.
Relief sought. Issue a writ in the
The nature of mandamus directing the respondent to enter, fill up the backlog post vector.
Structure in the respondent number 4 institute notifying.
By notifying
and
it to make selection to the said post in accordance with
rules and regulations.
Now they have made the rules.
No, they can, it's a retrospective because I have.
The rules ತೋರಿಸಿ. Rules ತೋರಿಸಿ.
My lord, the backlog post, the judgment of your lordship.
No, rules ತೋರಿಸಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೇವೆ ಅದನ್ನ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅದು ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಈ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಅವರು.
16 to 27.
16 to ಈಗ ಈ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿರಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಏಜ್ ಬಾರ್ ಆದವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು? 2000 ನಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲವ? 2000 ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಯಾವ್ದು? ಯಾವ ಇಯರ್ ನಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿ? 7 ಸರಿ 8 ಸರಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇದರ ಕೇಸ್.
ಹೌದು ಇದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಇದೇ ಕೇಸ್
ಇದೆ.
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಯಾವುದು?
Page number 16, my lord.
16.
Old C&R rule.
Of memo na?
Yeah, my lord, of memo. Page 16 of the memo. Sarkari Adesha Sankhye.
Copy kodi sir. Copy kodi.
ದಿವಾಕರ್, ಈ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಧ ತಾಸು.
My only, I take shelter under your lordship judgment in LIC case. The judgment I have already furnished, my lord.
ಅದು
No, no, page 12 of your lordship and Vijay Kumar Patil judgment.
ಅದು ಸ್ಟೇ ಆದಂಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ.
No, no, which one? Contempt ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಹೆಂಗ್ ಕೇಳಕಪ್ಪ
Contempt they have.
ಅದು ಸ್ಟೇ ಆದಂಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ.
Stay ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, contempt petition has been filed for non-execution of the order. Did not stay.
ಯಾರೋ ಮುಂಜಾನೆ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು.
No, my lord, my submission is.
I'll check it and submit.
Since 1999, of 5 notifications have taken place. The high power committee headed by the social welfare minister has issued a direction to the department to appoint me in 2015. That direction also has not been followed. After the direction, the director has communicated to the department to issue necessary orders in favor of me and another petitioner. Out of 3 reserved posts, only 1 is vacant for the post of lecturer club chair. Other 2 posts were filled up by the general merit, for which a departmental inquiry has taken place, and even the dean was held responsible, and by retired district judge Srimati Kamala, and she hold him responsible, and he is no more. He is expired about 2 years back. Even the departmental inquiry proved that the reserved post out of the reserved post of 3, 2 were being manipulated in favor of the general merit. Only 1 post is pending where this petitioner is an applicant. And the social welfare minister has issued a direction in a high power committee to issue necessary order way back in 2015. Even after lapse of 10 years, I have not been given the posting. That is my grievance. Now that they can't take shelter under the new C&R rules has been made. KPSC has been appointed a knowledge agency for recruitment.
Immediately after vacation.
No, my lord, out of.
Consider ಮಾಡೋದಿದೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ there is an order, high power committee to directing you to make appointment. You have not made appointment. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋದು ಏನು, whatever right of appointment that arose earlier, that cannot be silenced by your amended rules.
ಸರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, it requires consideration.
ಅದಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಇರೋದು.
ಈಗ ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ ಇರೋದು ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ ಇರೋದು
in the litigation 19 years in the litigation.
ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ ಇರೋದು
hardly 9 years of service.
ಅವ್ರ ಪ್ರೇಯರ್ ಏನಿದೆ C&R ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ.
ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಈಗ.
ಯಾವಾಗ?
ಈಗ ರಿಕ್ರೂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ, ಅವನು ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಮೊದಲೇ ಈಗ ಟೈಮ್ ಬಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವರು he become age barred.
51 years
ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಅದೇನು ಅಂತ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಸಬ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
No, my lord.
ಈಗ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಇವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಏಜ್ ರಿಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಏನನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾವಿಷನ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಏನು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡೆ.
ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ, ನೀವು ಪಿರಿಯಾಡಿಕ್ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನರನ್ನ ಏಜ್ ಬಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಾರಿ? ಪಿರಿಯಾಡಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ಆ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕೌಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಏಜಿಂಗಿಗೆ. ಏಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ನಿಂದ? ನೋಬಡಿ ಶಾಲ್ ಏಜ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಕ್ ಬರ್ತದ ನಮಗೆ? ನೀವು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದಾವೆ. ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ?
My lord, in statement of objections, they have filed a document stating that they have been direction for my appointment.
Call immediately after vacation.
My lord, next week, any date.
Next week, brother, ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ? ವೆರಿ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್. ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ?
4 ದಿವಸ.
4 days. Otherwise you would have made. Anyway, perhaps it will come before me only. Wait.
On the reopening.
Let us see.
Serial number.
On the reopening day at least.
Reopening bada. First week never.
Serial number 30.
Date me.
Serial number 35, my lord, that is rule 235 of my lord, the bill collectors.
No.
That's past service.
Very difficult.
ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಬರೀಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ.
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಒಂದು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್
ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಆದ್ರೂ
ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ my lord,
ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಒಂದು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ.
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ರೆಡಿ ಇದೆ, ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರದೇ ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಫೈಲ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ದಿ
ಕನೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್
ಸ್ಟೇಟ್.
ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ಸ್ 4 ಇದಾವೆ. ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರದೇ ರಿಟ್ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದಿ KT ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್.
ಒಂದು ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ one is in there against them, other is by the tribunal itself that does not maintain judicial discipline.
Immediately after vacation ಹಾಕೋಣ.
Serial number 40, my lord.
Objection ಕೊಡಿ.
Serial number 31. Deemed revocation, my lord, because 6 months are already over. Serial number 40, my lord. It's covered by judgment of your lordships, my lord.
ಈಗ ಯಾವುದು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? 4 ಗಂಟೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ.
6 months are already over. I made a representation to reinstate me because 6 months are already over. but still they have continued me because the writ petition is pending. I have filed an application for disposal, my lords, because it's covered by judgment of your lordships.
ಏನ್ರಿ 6 months ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ 10B ಎಷ್ಟು?
10(5)B, sir.
10(5)B.
Yes, my lord.
ಏನು?
Lordship's own order.
Covered by judgment ಅಲ್ಲ?
My lord, if 6 months have expired, then,
Yes.
my lord, but he has to state whether there was an interim order, my lord.
Yes, it was there in the.
Interim order will
tribunal,
not
there was an
continue to
interim
run
order.
if there is a stay of the suspension.
That does not bar on the authorities to go on with the.
That may be so, but the 6 months period cannot be set to run even when there is a stay order of the
Stay
suspension.
of
Suspension.
discipline, no. Stay of disciplinary enquiry ಇದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 11A ಆಫ್ ಎವಿಡೆ ಇದು ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಎಕ್ವಿಷನ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್.
Yes.
ಸ್ಟೇ ಆಫ್ ಸಸ್ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
10(5)B ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, 10(5)B of CCA rules, which speaks about deemed revocation of suspension, says in 2 events they can continue beyond 6 months. Otherwise it will be deemed to be revoked. 2 events are either they should be extended, or either the suspension should be extended, or the charge sheet should be issued within 6 months.
Nothing has been done.
ಎರಡರಾಗೂ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
Nothing has been done.
So if there is a stay of the suspension order, my lord, the 6 months period cannot be set to
ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ
continue.
ಅಂತ? ಹಂಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
My lord, on that question, the issue is not decided, my lord.
That is the only
In
point.
fact, it came from your lordships once, whether the question, but issue was not decided, my lord.
Lordship's judgment only, my lord.
My lord, he gets back into service,
Correct.
so it cannot be said
ಅಲ್ಲ,
that
if
the 6
regardless
months.
of the legality of the tribunal's order, if 6 months have lapsed and you have not passed any order extending the
Suspension.
or
No charge memo.
no charge memo has been issued, then he is entitled to revocation of suspension.
That's the only point from.
It will be deemed to be revoked, my lord,
Deemed
without
to be
any
revoked.
passing of orders.
Deemed to be revoked ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದ್ರ ಆಗಲ್ಲದು. ಇದು ಬುಕ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಡೀಮ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. Parties, the government has to act upon it ಅಲ್ಲ.
In fact, the provision contemplates his going and reporting to duty.
Who will send him?
Have made a representation to the authority since the 6 months are already lapsed. I have produced along
My lord,
with my IA.
if there is a stay of the suspension, my lord, whether the 6 months period can be said to have.
ಅದೊಂದು ಆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಒಂದು consider ಮಾಡಿ.
ಅಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ. Sorry.
I have made a
My
representation
lord,
on
that
15th of
issue,
April, my
it
lord.
cannot be considered length, my lord, it may be left open for
ಮಾಡೋದು
consideration in
ಬೇಡ ಅಂತನಾ?
idral beda, what can be.
Petitioner, a chief engineer is knocking at the doors of Reed Court for assailing the state administrative tribunal's order dated,
Please, my lord. 11th of March 2025.
11/3/2025, whereby his application number
4848 of 2024.
48 of 2024 has been negative. First off, in the said application, he had called in question the suspension order dated
10/10/2024.
10/10/2024 on several grounds. First, next paragraph. Learned counsel for the petitioner submits that regardless of legality of the order of the tribunal, comma, by virtue of operation of rule
10(5)B.
10(5)B of
CCA rule.
CCA rules 1957, comma, the suspension is deemed to have been revoked in as much as neither there is an order extending the period of suspension nor the charge memo has been registered. First off, learned AGA appearing for the official respondents vehemently opposes the petition, making submission in justification of the impugned order of the tribunal and the regions on which it has been constructed. First off. Next paragraph. Having heard the learned counsel for the parties and having perused the petition papers, we are inclined to grant indulgence in the matter in as much as we agree with the submission made on behalf of the petitioner that in terms of extant rule, comma, the subject suspension is deemed to have been revoked, and in terms of petitioner's representation dated
15/4/2025.
comma, petitioner needs to be put into the post for functioning.